Got a spyglass?
They
Get
raided
so much more.
a church.
You raided a church?
Yeah. Yeah, we got weird reputations from that.
Gosh dang it.
We went back in time to when we were in the academy.
Here I was thinking, how the hell am I gonna buy myself a spyglass? Because I need a spyglass.
And then we let people know in here.
So, what you need to do in the future is embed yourself with the voltigeur, right?
Right.
So you can borrow Diego's spyglass.
Actually, how about I just order Diego to give me the spyglass?
Good luck with that.
Bro, please, come on. You'll have it back. That's a McNeil promise.
For all that's worth.
Yeah, we got all these weird, like, we're known as looters of churches, but also merciful to our enemies.
Oh.
To be fair, that was
Yeah.
before the rapprochement between l'Empereur and the church.
Oh yeah, I've also got part of a banner, and I'm marked by fire.
Yeah, and I'm blast pocked because a barrel of powder blew up in my face.
Oh, that we didn't all. I thought all of us got all three of those.
Not the blast pocked one. That was.
It was very specific to me for making some bad decisions in a combat. I did
That's
discover,
why
however, that the best optic lenses are made by Winelanians. Because I paid extra for a really good spyglass, and Corby said the Winelanians are leading the optics industry.
Oh, helps if I plug this in. Whoops.
All right, Kat, are you going to have to go?
Jim,
Yeah.
for the horse, great endurance. Page 76 gives them just says you have incredible stamina. It gives some rerolls and affects how long you can go without rest and stuff.
That's cool. I like it. Here, you're gonna make that noise just because you're over there. You are. You miserable. Alright, fine. I'll do it this way.
Yeah, the one thing that we learned from the flashbacks is Luciano and Diego can't be left alone.
Well, that's nothing we didn't know about, really.
Well, they're not galleons, you see, so.
Right. Well, and honestly, we gave those dudes every fucking chance.
Yeah, fuck that box.
Right.
That's what non-galleons would say.
I mean, they could have just taken that flag and walked out with it, and we've been done. But now, so they decided to fight us, and then they blew up their own flag. And okay, fanatics. Made Diego's opinions of the church even lower.
And as a quick reminder, of course, there is new faction rules. And, one thing that would be new for Cormac, there is new rules for the pistols, and all the firearms. They have different ranges now, so your pistol shoots farther to be a bit more historically accurate.
I think I need to update it then. Can you give me the stats real quick?
It should be in the Roll20.
It's under rifle and carbine special rule. It's got all the stats.
What am I looking for? Right.
Oh, there we go. 30-50.
I guess it's not necessary to give the horse a social class or a background.
So is my pistol rifled in that case, or?
No, pistol should be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But is it a rifled pistol or is it a smoothbore? Actually, then.
It's still smoothbore, yeah. Rifled pistols aren't a thing for.
Yeah. They actually were. They were used for hunting. I think, at least.
In the early 1800s?
Yeah, I think so.
No idea about pistols.
Definitely not a weapon of war, though.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Get my notes together.
Dueling pistols were rifled since the 18th century.
Well, that's probably why your pistol shoots farther than the smooth bores of before then. So your pistol probably is rifled.
Pew.
But then again, so is everyone else's. It's like, why don't you do that for rifles? Because it's a pain in the butt to reload is why.
Yeah, I do think in this time period that most pistols were still smoothbore, just the general technology of firearms had improved from the Renaissance. But dueling pistols, yeah, but those were very specifically made things.
And very expensive.
Yeah. But, I mean, still get the extra range of the pistol. In doing some research in the book, we found out that it was all the firearms are based on Renaissance era, so 1500s-ish. And of course, we're now in the very early, equivalent of very early 19th century, by which point muskets and everything had gotten much, much better.
Banshee's a corporal now, right?
Yep.
Brevet, but yeah.
And McNeil is a lieutenant.
And I think we're all at 840 XP now.
No, I ain't. Feels bad, man.
Don't worry, we're doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
I thought Corby said it was rolling over to everybody.
Yeah, it was.
For our past
was it?
users. Yeah.
Yep. I do
Yeah,
communist
because
XP.
we tell you what happened, right, and you learn from that.
Yep.
So we are at 875, all of us.
840. That's what I have.
840 was the total, not what
Yeah.
we got added.
All right, 840, got it.
Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian, and this is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. And we are playing today on a different day due to scheduling. We moved it to a different day, so this running. You'll be seeing this. This is broadcasting on a Sunday, normally on Saturdays. But hey, we wanted to get into Skirmish while people could all be here, but it'll be normally on Saturdays after this. But this is the Great Continental War of the Setting Sun, a fantasy age, second ed RPG, a historical fantasy tale, in a sort of Napoleonic War setting, which we will learn more and more about as time goes on. But first, let us get our opening spiel away. The cold winds of early spring cut through the Lysel wood, chilling the bones of Sous-Lieutenants Diego Borgia, Isabel Dumas, and Brevet Corporal Luciano Bianchi. They stand in dense thicket, shadows of determination etched on their faces, under the command of Lieutenant I suppose, Cormac MacNeil. Their forces assembled in the woods just north of the quiet village of Lysel, preparing to face their unknown foe. Before the storm of the Great War unleashed its fury upon the land, this right here was to be their baptism of fire. The churchguard encampment, shrouded in its mystery and cloaked in the secrets of the wood, loomed as their first true battleground. The anticipation of battle hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that seemed to echo through the ancient trees, heralding the arrival of their fate. And into the wood we go. And to remind, we are now no longer dealing with the adventures up in Lumerberg, but jumping to present time in near Lysel. And I think this is the village proper. It is. We need to be on the field, which I think is this one. It is. As we last left off in that spring of the early 18XX, we had various forces were gathering in the wood. Luciano Bianchi had gone north to chase after Thalia, but that is a story for another time that Luciano may share in the future. But for the time being, you are gathered in this wood with your forces, facing off some 30 strong in the encampment below. It is the early morn, as dawn light is piercing its way between the trees. And I believe you are several men and women a horse, and some voltigiers. I don't think you have basic infantry deployed right now.
Yeah, no, we're very light, actually.
We have 20 voltigiers, 10 horsemen, and us 4.
Yep.
The main body of the infantry is back in town, and we did not send for them.
So, can we call a quick officers' meeting? On the ground with sticks drawing plans in the dirt?
You certainly can.
What's the time to back to the to Lysel if we send a fast rider, and then what's the distance at a quick march?
I think it's like a day or two, isn't it?
Yep, I'm afraid we can't wait, I think.
Well, I'm not planning to wait. I'm just trying to figure out if going ahead and sending somebody back for reinforcements would or wouldn't, because we could send them by road. So I was
I'll argue against it anyways, because I don't have the riders to spare.
fair enough.
Yes, no, we'll keep the riders with us.
If I had twice our number, I could spare one maybe, but we are so few.
Is this
Oh, go ahead.
This our camp or the enemies?
That's your camp.
Okay.
I'll mark that with blue dot there. And the enemy camp will be up here.
Ah, it's very far away from the trees.
There has to be some tree cover nearby because I got close enough to look inside the camp, like by staying in the bushes and stuff.
Let's move some trees in there. 1 second. Let me get some troop numbers settled. You have 2. How many voltage years? 20?
20.
Yep.
And use this as
10
your
heavy cavalry.
Yeah.
Cuirassiers.
Heavy. I thought we were light.
Cuirassiers.
No, they're heavy.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, they're the people to finish battle.
Oops, I should move you like that so I get my order straight. There. But they be around camp. You're right, there would be some tree cover. Let me add that to the map. Map. This one. Actually, I'll mark that you were. These are your camp. Their camp. Your camp. I should put it in the same spot there. Trees. So 100-yard distance you'll be able to see things, so I'll arc some we'll arc some trees over. Spread these out a little bit more. There we go. That's more appropriate to how you probably got there. You probably came up, like you initially were coming up this way, and then you were down that way originally, and then you guys moved into this wood to hide. But when you spotted the camp, you went, nope, we're gonna go watch this way, rather than walking straight up where they could easily see you. So you probably went around the long way originally.
So, where did the German, the Alemannian merchant, what direction did he approach the camp from?
They went into the front.
Yeah, he came in from the south.
Where was the cavalry when he left them?
Right around
On the
where
road.
we are now.
We were down the road.
Like off that way.
Okay, so because we know that he would, he would eventually have broken and told them. We can, but they don't know where we are now, and if they, hopefully,
They
if
also only know about the cavalry.
right, and hopefully if their officers or whoever that was coming down from Eldrick's farm would tell them that we're all still way up over there. So
Diego and Isabel are Sioux lieutenants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so Sioux Lieutenant Borja. Would you mind? Well, actually, no, not would you mind, but try and take your men up north around these parts to scout out the situation and set yourself up in these trees. I'd say perhaps overlooking here, overlooking down here on the clearing, and some men here overlooking here in the clearing. Split yourself off. What I want to try and do is perhaps with the cavalry try and push them here into the center where we can have a kill zone on both sides.
yeah, I mean, this is going to be double check something.
This I fear is too close. This I fear is too close, and they would start to chase you into the woods.
Keep in mind that the yards indicated on the arrows are accurate. So like this, from the edge of this wood in here, I mean, this is in decent musket shot and well within my rifle range. But you get out here, I mean, musket shot is about there.
What's the max on rifles?
Max is 200. But you're looking
Okay.
at a -2 for that.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? If we try and catch them here where they are right now, what they'll just do is they'll try and run for the cover of the trees so the cavalry can't reach them. So we need to catch them somewhere out in the open.
But
I think it's the opposite. I think our cavalry are so few in number that more than likely we'd want to come from the front, harass them with carbines, and then retreat into the field, trying to rouse them to follow. Right, attacking them straight into their camp. They may be infantry, but they have us 3-1 in tight quarters.
right. The thing about the voltigeurs too is we're trained to use cover and to operate kind of independently rather than in the line. So positioned here, we could, if we, assuming we get surprised, we can start taking out their officers and everything, and they're going to have to move against us while we're in cover and shooting at them. If they're heavy infantry, they'll get in line. But
A
if they're
bold assumption, Mr. Borja, that they will have officers and will get in line.
well, if they're any kind of
what rank is
organized.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, could
Yes.
I possibly put a idea forward?
Speak.
Let me just get my stick for the ground. So, if we place the cavalry out front to draw their attention and hopefully draw them out, 15 of the voltigeurs could line up within the tree line, ready to sideswipe, and 5 voltigeurs, including myself, who have more hand-to-hand experience, can protect the flank and, if necessary, charge.
So let me get my stick. Hang on. Something along here, and here we would have a combat line. The plan is for the cavalry to be here positioned so they can come here, and so this can happen. Is that correct?
Correct. So essentially we could sideswipe with the line of voltigeurs, the cavalry could re-engage, and the final 5 people could then hook around from their camp and into their back lines.
So, Lieutenant Dumas, how do you feel about exposing your cavalry like this?
We'll manage.
As an infantryman, if I see cavalry, I'm not going to go out in open order. I'm going to form square because the cavalry is not going to be able to do anything against me at that point.
You give these brigands too much credit. Do you think they actually have the ability to form a square? Please. No one
They're
taught at
church
military.
guardsmen, Lieutenant.
No,
From what
please.
we've seen, they're church guardsmen, and the only church guardsmen remaining in the church guard are the diehards. These men will have military training.
Enough to form a
Perhaps-
square? I wouldn't say so. And even if they do form a square, they're easy pickings for you and your voltigeurs.
But absolutely terrible pickings for cavalry.
Well, the cavalry only need be a presence, not actually engage. They'll engage once they're broken. Besides, if these fellows are as smart as you say, surely they won't remain in square forever, knowing that you can just pick them off.
Well, we are outnumbered by them as far as infantry. My men aren't heavy infantry. We're skirmishers.
Well, look,
Voltigeurs.
if they break square, we chase with cavalry. If they don't break square, we shoot. It really is that simple. You either die by the sword, or you stay in your square and get shot.
But if we, where's my the Voltigeurs attack from here, before they're ready, we can start taking out their officers. We can put them in confusion. They will turn to face us, leaving them vulnerable to a cavalry charge from the flank. If they're tied up looking at us, then they're perfect fodder for cavalry to come and roll them up.
That is the ideal scenario for us.
Yeah.
You know how we'll settle this? Susan and Borja, take 5 men that you trust and go over to that edge of the wood and scout out the situation. If they truly are as ragtag as I hope they are, then we'll discuss further. And if they're as trained as you think they are, then we'll also have something to discuss.
I think
Understood.
I'll just take Luciano with me. The two of us will move faster and more quietly than a squad.
Very well.
And if we're discovered, the extra 3 men won't have really made any difference.
GM, I'll take out my pocket watch. What time is it?
It's about 6:45 in the morning.
In the morning. Report back by 9 a.m. at the latest. That's when the sun is approximately over there. I'll point at the sky. Understood?
Good.
Right. Dismissed.
So Borja and Leah, let's head, up through. Sorry, that's supposed to be. Definitely gonna keep as much as possible out of sight, using cover to get within decent observation distance.
The two of you can give me some stealthy boy rolls. That will be via dexterity, I believe.
Yep.
Dexterity checks. Oh, I didn't put it in my little blurb. Hold on. Probably grab that. Before I forget, because I will forget. Wait, why am I looking up a TN? I'm looking up. I should be rolling for someone. Well, base TN will matter. Base TN will matter. Yeah, the two of you are able to ferret your way through the wood, picking your way in the sunlight. Once you get to around that area where Luciana's moved, you do notice that there are some people looking out that way. There are people watching for movement out of that wood, but they haven't noticed. Like, you noticed them before they know. Well, not before. You notice them, right, but they have yet to notice you. But if you start doing something, they're gonna see you.
Okay.
Your powder blue jackets only give you so much cover. Oh, sorry, you're wearing a different jacket. I'm wrong.
We're wearing the gray green.
So your gray greens will mellow you to the trees
Yeah.
of the Lysel wood, but if you start letting off powder, the smoke will give you away more than anything.
So Diego will take out his spyglass and, with his hand shading the front as he extends it, so it will reduce any glare, will scout the camp visually.
What are you looking for?
Their apparent level of military organization and preparedness. In other words, are we dealing with scruffy road bandits, or are we dealing with a military force that is seems to be well organized and is maybe trying to look like not a military force?
Intelligence, military lore.
Excellent. 13. If that is not enough, I do get a reroll with my commander specialization.
13, you say?
Yes.
I don't think this is terribly difficult. They're the church guard are not known for being subtle. You can tell that these are elite infantry. Sergeant corporal to each of their companies, plus a lieutenant over all 3 of the main units. They have some defensibles and fortifications built up. And it looks like they seem to be alerted that they may be under attack. Like, they're getting ready to defend the camp. Like, you can see they're getting lined up and ready for a skirmish. They know somebody's out here with looking to fight them. And for a brief moment, you see a glint of a spyglass in your direction.
Oh, get down low.
You both need to give me another dexterity stealth. Now it's opposed, because a certain officer is looking for anyone hiding in the trees.
12.
9 plus my ability to perceive. I don't think that made it. But I'll check. Maybe they're really, really good, but I don't. Perception, I don't think is their beef stat. That's not the... Well, they are shooters, so it's not that out of turn.
Well, they would need a +4, I think, right?
Yeah. They do have a ton of stunt points.
Some points if you succeed, though.
They only
Oh, that's right.
a ton. They only get 2.
Even if
That's right.
you're elite, I get to buff you, but would that be what I'd buff? Not really, because you're church guard, not voltigeurs. Voltigeur. If this is a voltigeur unit with with 2 plus a focus, they would have seen you, but they're not. They're more a willpower machine rather than anything. So no, they don't. The glint passes over both of you, but no alarm is raised. As you notice that the lieutenant suddenly, just without any real warning, was just kind of talking, looking around, and then just kind of grabbed it, and then not super fast, but very casually just put it up and looked out. Thankfully for you, looked out this way, and then slowly scanned, glint, and then you were like, oop, behind a tree.
It's very tempting to kill him now, but that would set things off way too early. I will, however, remember him if I can. Like, that's
Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Give me. You can give me intelligence military lore. You might know who this is, because you were in Lumerberg, so you might have encountered this officer at some point.
15.
15. Yep. You know who this is. Second.
And he's apparently the leader of the entire camp.
Yeah, they must be the lieutenant. The way they're standing, the way people are talking around, their uniforms better and everything else. And also church guard are a little more obvious about their ranks than normal infantry, because they're a little more older fashioned in their
They're fancy
uniform.
Dans is what they are.
And pull this back up. Believe. Yes, go on with your... I'll give you the name here in a second. I just have to find the name.
Diego, would it be worth if you returned with the information while I remain low and see if they reveal any cracks in their defense?
Sounds good. Plus, you can be in place to guide the rest of the troops forward when we get near, and let us know if anything's changed. Stay low, stay out of sight. If they send out a patrol, don't engage unless absolutely necessary, and you can do it silently and quickly.
Understood.
And then, Borja will head back.
I thought I wrote it down. I gave some names about church guard. Does anyone have that name still? That's the one I'm looking for.
You gave me a name, but it wasn't a man. That's why I didn't say.
It's a lady then. Yeah, I got it backwards.
The name is Dame of the Church Guard, Sophie Rousseau. That's the person I met and got their name.
Yep.
I got their name specifically because I expected to meet them today.
Yeah, so upon observing her, you kind of it takes a bit, and the distance in the uniform, kind of pressing everything down and stuff. It wasn't immediately obvious, but you take a couple texts and you've seen her before. It was some years ago, but
Yeah. I mean, not all that long ago. We've only been out of the academy and back in LaSalle for a few weeks, I think.
yeah, but the events happened.
That was our sophomore year, I think, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Diego will try and scoot back quietly to our camp.
you're able to sneak your way back. Whoopsie.
Oh
And
no,
I will-
I was staying up there.
Oh, you're staying up there? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm staying very, very low and just seeing if any cracks appear in a defensive line.
Give me intelligence military lore. This one's going to be opposed.
Could I go for intelligence engineering to see if any of the structures they've put up are structurally sound or could be taken advantage of?
You could, yep. Yeah, even with all the bonus. Assuming base case plus that. No. Assuming best case, there's no way they beat you. So, you notice that despite her best efforts, the Dame Rousseau has put up some very meager defenses. At best, these look like they would drive off like boars and wolves and stuff, but a dedicated sapper or even a novice sapper could easily break them apart. And they're kind of distanced a little too far away from the tents, so if you're able to get a line up to that wall, to those fencibles, you can use them as counter cover. Whereas normally you want to keep them a lot closer. So even if you do get up to them, you're standing right next to the enemy. Whereas they kind of space them out to kind of break. It seemed like they're more trying to break a cavalry charge, which you do want to make them a little far away to kind of break cavalry formations. But if you put it too far away, all you're doing is creating cover for the other guy or making it easy for them to break it. You do have 4 stun points, though.
I think I'm gonna go with compensate and wearing a swan. Like I'm comfortable enough in this area where I can remain like low and slow and just going like up and down the line to make sure I.
Yep, I get you. By the time of that investigation, Diego Borgia returns to camp.
And I will report on what I found, including that their commander seems to be an old friend of ours.
Is that so?
Isabel will say, yes, I spared her life once, and she acted honorably then. Perhaps, since the Alamanian has no doubt given away that me and my cavalry are here, perhaps while Diego sets up his voltigeurs, I might first approach under the flag of truce and and talk with them.
Well, surely I should accompany you on this, no?
I assumed you would want to be with the main body and fight alongside Diego rather than fight with us in the saddle, sir.
To be fair, the lieutenant has quite an experience in diplomacy. He might be able to get them to have a better chance of showing them reason to stand down.
If she truly is as honorable as you say, then perhaps a quick conversation won't hurt.
The reason she surrendered last time was because there were innocent lives to be spared. There are none here. But perhaps you could try to convince her that it would be better to face the magistrate than face us.
Well, and to this point, beyond, they have tortured an innocent civilian, but otherwise they may not have necessarily committed a crime. But yeah, and
murder is still murder, Mr. Borja, even if they are Alamanian.
But if they come without a fight, surely the magistrate will take that into consideration.
And just as a side note, mechanically, I think a commander of a mass battle doesn't necessarily have to be with any one particular troop. So I mean, he could be with either one of us and make the roll for the main conflict.
Right.
GM, I'm assuming heavy cavalry would be specialized troops for the closing moves, finishing moves, whatever it's called.
Let me. Oh,
That was certainly how Napoleon used them.
I mean, that's what we had talked about.
Yeah, your cuirassiers would be your stage 3 units. They're the ones that conclude the battles. If you haven't won it by the opening moves and engagement, then the finishing move is where you close out the day. And your cuirassiers would apply to stage 3, whereas your skirmishers, your voltigeurs, have a bonus in stage 1. Stage 2 is where they'd have the advantage for being elite infantry. So their best hope is they'll probably lose the first stage, but they might win the second stage. To give you an idea. All things being equal, that is. I mean, tactics and clever fighting might change that equation.
Right. So, all right. Diego will get his troops ready. We'll drop packs, everybody to wrap anything that jingles or jangles in cloth. Take, canteens, maybe some hardtack or something, give it in your pockets, but...
Well, keep everything that you don't have to carry here and set your men up in the woods over there.
Do you have a polished blade on you?
Me?
Yes.
I mean, it's sheathed.
Yeah, keep it in a scabbard.
Yeah, but does it have a fine polish on it? Will it shine in the light?
In a sheath? No.
If it's drawn.
It's a rapier, so I'd assume it's shiny enough. Yeah, you're talking about for a signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Do we have a bugler?
That would be a main infantry thing. Voltigeurs and the cuirassiers probably have a bugler among them.
Yeah.
The voltigeurs generally wouldn't, because there are lots of hand signals in eye line. They don't like calling out stuff.
Diego has a whistle, which was how they usually. Yeah.
But the cuirassiers would have a bugler among them.
Past orders, yeah.
So, Lieutenant Dumas, you shall approach with your cavalry around here, where perhaps you are not so much in sight, and then you and I, and perhaps another cavalier, shall approach under a flag of truce to speak with this dame of yours.
Very well.
If all else fails, then a battle it shall be. Mr. Borja, when we sound the charge for the cavalry will not charge, but you shall start shooting. Is that okay with you?
I suppose, yes.
Good.
I am somewhat concerned about putting the cavalry that visibly, but I can see the sense of us still being able to snipe.
We'll be outside of their range.
Fair
We'll
enough.
be outside of musket range and pose a significant threat to them should they decide to decline us. The thing here is to remain a presence constantly, so they see us. Should they want to form square, well, they'll have to decide.
Right. So Diego will gather his troops, give those orders, and then remind them, you are the finest shots in all of LaSalle County. You're trained to use cover and to support each other. That's exactly what you're going to do today. Use cover. Don't expose yourself any more than necessary. Target officers and non-commissioned officers first and foremost. Be aware that we will have to, for part of this at least, hold a line. But as much as is possible, use cover always, and pick your targets. Don't waste a single shot.
One last thing before you all go. Do try and keep this officer of theirs, this dame, alive. I'm sure the magistrate would love having a word with her.
I hear your orders. Yeah, and then we'll start moving up.
You advance.
I'll take the troops kind of on, because I'm sure Diego and Luciano kind of did a little cut, but I'll take the troops a little bit of a longer way to.
So more like in column like that.
Yeah, and to make it a little bit harder to spot them, and we're not going to do like a column of march. We're going to be more spread out, kind of like a
more open order rather than a true
open order column. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so you've progressed to there. So you guys are advancing the cuirassiers up out of the woods.
Yes. If there's like a crest of a hill or something, where I drew the secondary line.
Well, they need a lot more time than we do to get in position. I think we can wait one more turn.
Yeah, we can wait one more turn.
Diego Borgia, give me intelligence military lore to navigate your voltigeurs in such a way that Miss Spyglass doesn't notice a bunch of troops moving around.
Yeah, to be fair, there are only 20 of us, but yeah, I gotcha. 17. Goodness.
Yeah, I'd have to roll really lucky. Best case scenario doesn't get you unless I'm like a spotter, and she's not, so. Starting to round that corner.
Okay.
All right, now we will sit off.
At a fast pace, or just a light trot?
A light trot.
Yeah.
Cavalry's always scary when it approaches in perfect order.
Bianchi, the minute that the cavalry break the tree line, the camp is a flurry of activity, and orders are being given very quickly. You notice that one of the units is starting to move toward the trees where you are. As these are starting to advance forward.
So I'm guessing, but does it look like they're getting ready to like set up in the tree line?
You need to give me intelligence military lore to figure that out.
I can give you intelligence.
You can.
No, I can't.
You're not sure. You're kind of, there's that initial shock of, did they see me? Did they not see me? Are they just coming up here? What are they doing? Like, it's kind of hard to focus on what's going on because that's 10 well-drilled elite church guard marching in order toward you by yourself.
Is it possible to get to here and start setting up a minor line?
Line with who? There's no one else there.
No, like start setting up like some a makeshift trench, just like not an actual trench, just to a point where there is some form of cover for a line when it comes.
You'll need to give me a stealth roll first to even escape away from them without drawing attention.
Well, I did compensate and one wariness, so I get a bonus SP if I'm successful, or a negative result.
Whoop. You start moving back, and then you see a bunch of them lift up their muskets and look in your direction, and then before they really get a good beat on, you very quickly duck behind a tree, and what was that? And there's a deep breath in, nice calm breath out. They didn't see you, but yeah, you don't think you're going to make it over this ground without them seeing you if you try that again. You move like 10 yards, you got a good like 20 yards of movement before it's like duck behind a tree.
Then, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to go if they get close enough, because I can't make a run for it, to try and take some out. Just like one at a time, like picking them off.
You're gonna have to, because they're marching right into the woods. And they will come upon you if you don't either surrender or find a better place to hide.
Scuttle out of there, boy.
Or run like the heavens. Yeah, you could try to just straight up sprint for your life and hope that you outrun their pursuit.
No, I think I want to try and remain stealth. So I'll try and make some more ground up.
Okay, give me another stealth roll. You just very carefully bounding from tree to tree, just barely avoid them. And eventually they set up here.
Okay. If that's the
and you can tell that when they move there, they actually start checking around trees. Like where you were, they have someone check around and they jut their bayonets into like bushes and stuff to check for people hiding out there.
But yeah, from my current position to, like, say, just outside of this area, I'll be looking for a good setup point for when the voltages catch up to me.
You'll have to give me another stealth check to keep moving away from them. Oh, I need to check. We're very close.
I mean, does compensate help me here?
It is. It's what prevented that fail from turning into an auto combat. So you're getting chances to kind of balk and save yourself rather than immediately get into a shootout. Because the train's helping you, not hurting you, right? So, bad guys, where are you? Well, bad guys, quote unquote.
If they are in the position they're in, you are pretty much like you could go 10 yards further back, but you're in where long range for musketry starts. Well, yeah. So like if you go if the line goes further back for this, then most of the voltigeurs are getting a -2.
You do have 2 action points. They have tied with you. They have more stunt. Their stunt die is higher than yours, 5 versus 3. Actually, we relate to stat die first before stat, right? So I believe action point lets you add +2 to it. Stunt die, action point. Sorry. Reroll stunt die, heal. Alter a minor but useful detail in scene. For example, McNeil having a hill. Take an additional action, +2 to defense, stabilize a dying character. So, you can either reroll your roll, or reroll just a stunt die and try to get a 5 or a 6. Or you try to reroll the whole thing and hope you just get a better roll than they did. Because right now, right now, because of compensate, they're not going to see you, you just can't move. Like, you'll start to move and be like, oh, I can't move. They're looking over here. I have to wait. So right now, you're not at spotting check, you're at I can't move moment if you fail this check.
Well, yeah, because I've also got wariness 1. I may have to action re-roll the entire lot.
Okay. $12 is 1 better, so deep. And where were you trying to withdraw to?
Essentially where I am. And like I said, I'm looking for a good a line to when the voltigeurs catch back up.
Your first range increments, what, 100 yards? For rifles?
For rifles is 100, yeah.
Yeah, so...
But they've got muskets, so their short range is 50, long range 100. So, but that's okay. We can skirmish forward from there to engage.
Yeah, so either somewhere in these 4 squares, you could probably set something up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing.
Okay, I will resolve that in a moment. Borgia, do you continue advancing through the trees?
Yep.
So, boop, 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 boop.
That same and yeah. Oh, can't grab me. There we go.
McNeil, do you want to spend an action point to make a hill be in that area?
Yes, a slight crest, if you please.
Sure. Let's grab some stuff. I'll grab the Achilles.
Even though there's only 10 of them, that looks cool. I mean, the shining cuirasses, the helmets with the horsehair crests, and big ass war horses.
Yes, we look pretty.
I mean, pretty much you're mounted on Clydesdales.
And me with my fancy hat.
That's right, you do.
Well,
great
no, I
thing.
mean, good war horses are actually medium in terms of the range of what horses could be.
I guess I'm thinking about medieval when they had to be percherons to hold up the armor.
I know.
Yeah, these horses do not have to carry steel barding.
And Diego, of course, will be wearing his customary slouch hat because it's so much better to shoot with than a fucking Shaco.
So you're able to ride a lot faster because you're not trying to hide in the woods. Not ride faster. You move faster than people on foot do. She'd be probably a little more forward because she's trying to command the whole line. They shift here. They shift here. These guys are doing searches, so they kind of do this sort of pattern. Whoops. Not like that. Just little, stop that. Little movements like that. As they search around and get settled in. Basically doing a light infantry sweep to make sure no one was hiding right there. Are you guys flying a flag of truce? Or do you set up, or are you waiting to set up line on the crest?
Wait to set up line and then we can fly a flag. Actually, what's going to be the distance? Yeah, we might start flying the flag. Mr. Dumas, unfurl the flag, please.
Yeah, I'll personally hold the flag.
And you there, bugler, come on with us. Right ahead.
Sir? Looks at you confused.
Right ahead with us as we're flying the flag. We may need you yet.
Sir.
Come on, let's trot forward.
Be sure to get yourself out of range before you start blowing bugles.
These guys advance a little bit. Cormac does. Cormac Diego as well. Luciano, you can give me a intelligence engineering check to start building some to building your little mini trench there. It won't be much, but it'll be a little divot in the ground, a little foxhole line, if you will.
Yeah, it's better than essentially just being stood in the open.
Yeah.
Right.
11. It'll give +1 to defense. It's not amazing, but you're digging at, and it is hard to dig quickly without being noticed. But you're able to wait for a second, make sure no one saw you. Wait a second, look around some more, and you're having to stop and go a lot, so you don't just draw this entire unit on you.
That +1 is a lot better than I had before.
Yeah.
Well, where's a Welshman when you need him?
You're supposedly good at mining.
In shining breastplate, emblazoned with the setting sun upon her. Whoops, I cannot hear. 1 second. I pulled out my ears. Wait a second. There we go. Blazoned wearing a breastplate, gleaming in the sun, in the morning sun. The setting sun upon her chest. She has upon the badge upon her hat a symbol of the setting sun and the number 41. She's the 41st Church Guard.
I will, before we get within earshot, I will say a quick reminder to McNeil: do nothing that insults the church, or you guarantee a slaughter today.
I wasn't born yesterday, or in a barn for that matter.
Understood, sir.
You notice that at her sides is no one. She marches forward alone. Cradled in her arm is a musket, gleaming and polished. At her hip appears to be a sword, and on one hip, seems to be a medieval-looking sword in its sheath. It doesn't look nearly as decorated as someone of her station would demand. Ladies of the knights of the church guard usually are afforded a certain stipend. Well, they used to be anyway. Nowadays, they're not afforded nearly as much as a stipend by the emperor. But you would think that she would decorate her sword a bit. On her other hip seems to be a small buckler, and she just marches forward.
I know that she's your friend, but let's
She's
try
not
and...
a friend of mine.
Oh, well, good. That makes it a lot more simpler then, doesn't it?
And you're
Put the
good.
past aside for the time being.
The past is the only reason we're going to get to talk.
She'll move like here, because then you can see both you. And then she'll move. Do you move any further, or do you stay at the crest?
At the crest.
She'll
Yeah.
move to meet the two of you. And she'll look up at the crest. She won't actually walk up to be enough that she's close enough she has to shout for you to hear each other, but not so much that you're bellowing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But she's not within touch. She's not within sword range by any means.
I am Cormac McNeil of the Galleon Army, a lieutenant.
McNeil,
This
give
is
me
my-
an intelligence roll, please. Military lore.
Oh, well, I'll just give you an intelligence, I think. Do I have military lore? No, I'm pretty sure I don't. Cred like this. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I will let you walk that back. You are not of the
Oh.
Galleon army. You are of the Lysel militia.
Oh, yeah, but she doesn't know that, does she?
You're lying under truce.
Well,
You can do
I
that
mean-
if you want. I'm just warning you that you are currently lying to a person who takes truth very seriously.
Oh, is that... I have my uniform on, right? My uniform distinguishes me as a member of the militia, or as a... Or is it nondescript?
You would be a hard case to tell because you're dressed as an officer. Militiamen, especially ennobled militiamen, would look like an officer pretty much anywhere else in the army. Isabelle Dumas in her cuirass, a horse. Probably they might not clue in right away that she's a militia, because the horse won't be as nice as an army horse would be because it's a militia horse, not a imperial horse. If she saw the Voltigeurs, the game would be up because the Voltigeurs of Lysel have a very unique look to them that would give that, especially with the rifles, because Galleon Voltigeurs don't use rifles generally. So it's she wouldn't know immediately, but she would know once she saw the Voltigeurs that was untrue. But just the two of you, it's not enough to give it away because you're both officers, and officers dress up no matter what part of the. And the Lysel militia is nicer than most militias.
Okay, out of character real quick. Winchester, lighter her or don't? What do you think?
Don't.
Don't. Very well, let's roll it back for a quick second then. Cormac McNeil, Lysel Militia, Lieutenant. This is my sous-lieutenant, Isabelle Dumas. I believe you know each other already.
I'll give a courteous nod.
She gives you a look, and then gives the barest of nods to you, due to your reputation with the church. But she nods at you, she acknowledges you.
You're probably wondering why we're here. May we have your esteemed name, please?
I am the Dame Sophie Rousseau of the 41st Church Guard.
I would say it is a pleasure under different circumstances. However, we are here on a different mission. You, I'm afraid, are wanted for murder of an Alemanian passenger that arrived at your camp earlier was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. And I'm afraid the magistrate can't let that go. Bad for tourism, you see.
Give me a roll of communication.
Yep. 6 stun points. Wow.
You need doubles for stun points to fire.
Oh.
It would tell you if you had them. Your stun die is 6, yeah.
Yeah.
I need...
Oh, your communication is badass.
It's bad for tourism. Killing Alamanians. Even though they are Alamanians.
You have no reputation with the church, so it's only a little bit of a... So -1 pulls it to 16. That's still plenty, I think. May I ask your duties, Lieutenant?
My duties are to bring you and those who have participated in this murder to face the judgment of the magistrate. It's quite simple, really. We would prefer if this would be done without any bloodshed, as God knows Gallia has already spilled enough blood in its name.
And I would counter to you, Lieutenant, that my army was enacting the duties to defend the Emperor from would-be assassins.
From an Alamanian traveler in the middle of Lysel, an assassin. What proof have you of this?
Give me another communication roll. She seems loath to talk about it, but you seem to be getting across to her enough. 14. No penalty because you've increased her standing with you. So, should be a little more open. Well, Lieutenant, as you are of the Lysel militia, I will inform you. It is come to my belief that a certain group of revolutionaries have intention to assassinate our emperor. And I have been tasked by the Holy Church to ensure that our emperor is not attacked or otherwise ambushed. To wit, I have encountered a suspicious amount of black powder arriving on our shores. And I do not believe I've caught all of it.
And you may tell your story to the magistrate along with your men when you accompany us back to Lysel to answer for the murder of the Salamanian. For yet you are still unable to provide proof that this man was an assassin.
I don't answer to you, Lieutenant. I answer to the Holy Church and our Emperor.
Oh, so shall I come back with a warrant from the Emperor to arrest you for the murder of innocent travelers? Would the Emperor truly want you to shoot someone in the face just because they are traveling through your territory? Is everyone you meet, Dame, an assassin?
All I see is a traitor, a horse, who's unwilling to stand for the Emperor. A Tin Islander who does not know what it is to have his Emperor constantly under attack, hiding away on your island.
Madam, your words are harsh and they wound me. Yet I must warn you. Come with us peacefully, or we will have to use force. And trust me, though I am a Tin Islander, spilling Gallian blood is never good. Long have I been in your nation, and long have I spoken to you, and been a friend of your people.
Give me a communication roll. You do have an action point left.
Yeah,
that will not make it.
I'll burn that to reroll everything, right? Or is it just one?
You can reroll the whole thing, yeah.
That's better, marginally.
You may fetch your warrant, you may report me to your mayor, and indeed, when the Emperor arrives, you may demand him to judge me as my superior. But I do not answer to some militia lieutenant, and I will not surrender our arms. As your sous-lieutenant Dumas knows, the Church Guard do not balk from threats of violence. In times of oppression and in times where we are enshrined in law.
I'll turn to McNeil and say really loudly, she is right. They do not balk. They stand, but they break easy.
So be it, Mr. Rousseau. Under the charge given to me by the governor of Lysel and by his extension, the Emperor, I am hereby placing you and your men under arrest for the murder of an Alamanian traveler in our land, causing unrest and resisting arrest. Shall you not comply peacefully with us, we will use excessive force. This was my last warning. Return to your men.
Should you die, Lieutenant, we will pray for you.
Should you die, I shan't pray for you, for I have no respect for murderers. I bid you a good day, Dame.
I will wheel about and toss the flag on the ground.
She
Mr.
withdraws
Ma.
back.
Mr. Ma, tell the bugler to signal the charge, so to speak, when they are in position. I hope the Voltigeurs are in position.
They probably would have moved a little bit by that point, because you've had a couple of social interaction scenes, and they would have had a chance to move up a bit.
Yes, Mr. Ma, wait.
Wait 1 second. Diego will signal with a flash of light when he's in position.
Good. When you see him signal your bugler to sound the charge. That should be enough. Then we shall observe how the fight goes and prepare the cavalry.
I will first have to go to each man right down the line and explicitly tell them, when I sound the charge, you are not to charge. The first bugle of charge is a signal for the Voltigeurs. Only on the second command of charge will you do so, right? I have to take great pains to go down the line and explain that as many times as necessary.
There may come a day when the courage of men will fail.
You know we're gonna shout death as we go over the ridge.
And last but not least, men, those who are in the cavalry, remember, those who stand in front of you now are nothing less than low-life murderers and killers. Once they may have been part of the Church Guard, but no more. They are now enemies of the state, and you shall eradicate them. Every last one. But keep that dame alive. She needs to answer for her crimes.
Keep that dame alive.
Various members of the cuirassiers shift in their saddles and look very uncomfortable when you say that. But they don't break, they don't disobey orders, but there's a definite discomfort about you saying that about the Church Guard. Some of them don't care. Some of them look eager to get stabbing and get wrecking some Church Guard like it's the Revolutionary days. But some people were glad to see the church return, and they're not terribly thrilled with what you said. But they're not going to.
Can I use my inspire?
You're inspired to do what?
To give them a +1 to all willpower. Should they suddenly feel unnerved when they charge?
That's probably there may be morale on that. Well, it's automatic. So long as they can see you and you're conscious, you get that bonus.
Right. Okay.
Congratulations, you got your first rep.
I am disrespectful of the church.
Church Guard.
The Church Guard.
Thankfully, not the entirety of the church. You didn't say Saint Solara is a heathen who deserved to be burned. It's like, well, no. You just talk bad about the Church Guard. That's different.
Yeah. Whereas we just looted church. We were disrespectful about it. We just looted it.
Where do I write that down?
In a notepad somewhere. It's not something that's officially on the thing.
I put it in honorifics, titles, and memberships in Persona.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because some of those are good. Sometimes this same rep will help you with revolutionaries, and people are anti-church. It won't help you with church people, but.
All right, that's done. Okay.
All right. So, for the McNeil, I'm going to ask you, as the battle begins and our opening moves are starting to, before the opening moves really engage, give me Intelligence military lore? Hold on. Double checking things.
For opening moves, yeah, it's intelligence military lore. I can take that if you want. I've got a since I'm leading the skirmishers and I have a.
Well, I'm doing. I was trying to use something else.
Okay. Sorry.
Opening moves is a good place to start from. But he's basically this is the preamble. This is him seeing if he has a full grasp of the entire army. Intelligence military lore for McNeil.
I'll really need to get that military lore under my belt.
And I'll be opposed by Rousseau to see if she has an understanding of what's going on.
I got stun points, yay!
Yeah, because this is why, because I wanted to see if your stun points fire instead of hers. Well, not that she got any, she just. Inspired's pretty good because even when you're even if you fall unconscious, if people are defending you, they still get the bonus.
Yes.
Reason for people to keep the envoy alive, or at least defend their body. Defend me. Why? You get
Please
bonuses.
When Wellington fell at Assai, he had a circle of people around him defending him. That's because that's just who he is.
Oh, hold on. Did she get enough? I don't think that's enough for her to beat you, even with her bonus. Because... What's your intelligence is 2? Your intelligence is higher than hers. So you do benefit from your stun points as you have a better grasp of the battlefield than she does currently.
I'll try not to show to my men that I'm nervous as all hell, because this is probably my first fight that I've ever been in.
Yeah, you may have seen a battle on like a hill somewhere, but like never been the commander with fire coming your way.
Should be fun. Now we just wait for Borja's signal.
You have stunt dice you have stunt points to resolve.
Okay, run me through this real quick because I wasn't there when stunt dice were being explained.
So once you roll doubles and the auto roller catches it, once you roll doubles anywhere in the roll and you succeed, that last off color die becomes your stunt die, which generates stunt points. There's a table that's pinned in the Discord. And it has combat stunts, exploration stunts, social stunts. There's spell stunts. Don't worry about that because magic isn't a thing, but that's just there because that's my cheat sheet. And you can spend your stunt points in relation to the roll, so some sort of advantage or something that benefited from your understanding of things. And you can only choose stuff. You can't choose the same stunt over and over unless it has like a range. Like Boost has 1 to 3, Skirmish is 1 to 3, or Crowd Up plus 2+. Those you can spend extra. But if something just says 2 or 5, you can get it the one. You can benefit from it the once from that one roll. And later on, as you level up, you'll get special class only stunts. So a special envoy stunt that you can benefit from. Or Borgia would get a rogue stunt, that sort of thing.
So I can resolve a social stunt, perhaps, or I can. No, I can't. I have 3 stunt points, right?
Yep. So it can be social or exploration. Those make the most sense to me.
What's exploration? Give me. Hang on. Awareness.
Could do compensate.
Ignore environmental penalties. Well, things will shift. You know what? Actually, I think I'll take. I'll take 3 points for impress, so that this lady is impressed by my grit, I guess. So I get a +1 per SP spent to my next social test involving her.
So the next time you talk to her, should she be captured or interrogated and whatnot, you'll have a +3 to that roll.
Yes.
Note that down. I'd probably just throw it in the Discord because that's a temporary thing, but you'll benefit from that because you got a good read of her. And I'll say because of that impress, actually no, the impress stands for itself. You've impressed her enough that the next time she meets you, she may be, if nothing else, she's probably impressed by your steel, because you obviously are not a, you're not a well-known hero of the Lysel militia, and you're not a Galleon, but you didn't balk while standing in front of a church guard knight. A lot of people would kind of be frozen up by encountering her. You shouted back at her.
Even 10 Islanders know what the church guard is, right? So
Yeah.
okay, that's cool.
So the opening moves of this fight start in earnest. This is where you engage your first preliminary attacks, your scouts, your skirmishers. So what is your opening move? What's the first thing you're doing to start the battle off? Because that'll decide who's rolling to who's engaging. And actually, because this is a skirmish, so to explain mass combat rules, because I don't think you were here for it, or if you were, it was weeks ago. So mass combat rules, when at each there's 3 stages: opening, main, and closing. And usually each commander has a roll-off to see who can command their troops better in that stage. And each time, if you hit a certain target number based on the size of the battle and what, you add your stunt die, whether or not you rolled stunt points or not. If you succeeded, you add your stunt die to a running tally. And whichever side hits the required number of successes first is the one that wins that stage. First to win 2 stages in a battle wins the battle. That said, you being hero characters and you're serving in the military and you're tied up in all this, crisis points can come up. So if you're within 5 points of succeeding, you can, instead of rolling, say, I want a crisis to solve. In some games, you'd only have 1 crisis the entire battle. But given a lot of you are officers and not just line infantry, it's going to make more sense to have one crisis per stage. A crisis is an encounter. It's a instead of the mass battle thing, we zoom into a particular battle that's happening on the field somewhere, or an engagement, and we figure out what's going on there. And if you win that fight, if your side wins that fight, you get 5 successes that carry you to, if you're 5 away from completing, you can call a crisis and go, hey, I don't want to roll, I want to do a fight to force it to succeed rather than roll it. The downside is if you lose that fight, the other side gains 5. So in bigger battles, this will be more important. Like later on, if you're in a big Waterloo type battle, that 5 away is going to be a while. If you may never get a crisis if your side just rolls crap. If your general tactics are terrible, it all falls apart around you, and then it just turns into try not to die while your army dies around you, sort of thing. However, this is a skirmish because of the numbers of who's here. There's only enough people here for a skirmish, which means the number of successes required is 5. So you can invoke a crisis for each stage, and if you win that crisis, then you win that stage. The trick of this for you guys is you in a mass battle, as you can see here, you guys can't. McNeil, as the commander of the unit, you can be involved in any stage of the crisis because you can be part of any battle because you could see that's a crisis point. I need to ride over there and help, or you can choose to stay out of it. You're like, no, I'm not going over there, or I don't think I'd be any help. But you might jump in to go. You need an extra rifle. I'll help you.
Yeah.
But each stage will usually have a commander that holds that stage, and that's who. So more likely than that, Borgia will be first stage because he's the Voltigier. Dumas will be the third stage because she's the Cuirassier, and I imagine Bianchi would be the infantry commander. In the sense, less commander, he's the hero person for that role. Or Bianchi might go, I'll just be in a fight, and I'll let McNeil deal with the intelligence role. But you have pretty good intelligence too, because so first stage, just to give you an idea, first stage is intelligence military lore. Second stage is communication leadership. Third stage is communication leadership or intelligence military lore.
Okay, so we can split these off as we want. Okay, cool.
Yep.
I think the winner of the main stage gets to choose whether it's intelligence or military lore for the finishing stage.
I believe you're correct. The winner of the main engagement receives a major advantages to decide if stage 3 is communication leadership or intelligence military lore. Yeah, so yeah, she'll the person you're rolling against, if you do roll against, is going to be Rousseau. She is the primary commander. She doesn't have sub-commanders. So she's the one you're always rolling against in this case. So yeah, you're right. If whoever wins the second stage decides which one it is, to their advantage.
So, do we roll and call a crisis point, or do we call a crisis point?
You invoke which one you want to do. You can, whoever the commander of that stage is, or sub-commander of that stage is, rather, because the commander is McNeil, but you would have sub-commanders who are better at each thing. That sub-commander decides, hey, I'm going to engage in the crisis, or I'll roll off.
Okay.
So the question I raised to McNeil, as the commander of the unit, who is the sub-commander of each stage?
So stage 1, Borja. Stage 2, considering its communication leadership, myself. Right? I can choose myself on this one, right?
You can, yep.
And stage 3 is gonna be Isabel.
So, Bianchi, because you're not assigned to any particular subcommand, you can be pulled into the other crises if they happen, because you're kind of floating in a sort of... You're somewhere in the mix. Mostly in crises that involve stage 1 or stage 2. Stage 3 you really can't help with, because the horses would outrun you, but you might be involved. You know, sharp styles. For some reason, the guy with the halberd's involved, you know.
Well, I mean, I've got an idea if it comes to that.
Yeah. So, the opening lines begin. As I understand, your opening moves was to start advancing the Voltagiers up this way.
Yeah, and then move into skirmish order and attack. These guys would be our primary at this point, and then we'd get hopefully inflating there. But yeah, so hit there and then move into skirmish order and start picking off.
So narratively speaking, Rousseau would probably would start getting ready to form square because she knows cavalry's coming. But it's a matter of her these two. Well, that's actually the question before I even ask. Are you invoking a crisis, or are you want to roll off against Rousseau?
You looking at the test modifiers, you're gonna get a big up from Battlefield Surprise, I think. And they moved out of their prepared positions, I think, right? Because they
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'll do roll off because with the commander specialization, I also get a +1 in tests to command forces in mass combat and a free reroll on military lore if I need it.
You'll gain a +1 because you have specialist troop Voltagiers. They do not, because they're infantry.
So that's +2 total.
Do
Do we have battlefield surprise?
You would have +1 at least, yeah.
Okay, so that's a total of +3 to my initial roll.
And she just has the pluses from her being clever. Intelligence
I've got a
bits.
14.
Well, 17.
Yeah, 17 with 6 degrees of success.
Ah. Oh. $17 is her total.
As is mine, but my stunt die is a 6.
Let's see.
but neither of you generated stun points.
What's for the? It's
For
additive
success
for the.
threshold.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And I think on a tie, the higher stunt die wins anyway.
Double checking the rules here. All right, it's not opposed. You're both fighting against the test difficulty of how good your troops are. So.
Oh yeah, so we need to figure that out.
You are militia, so her test difficulty is actually easier because your rank and file troops aren't nearly as good as hers. So she succeeded at getting, but she only got 3 in the first stage.
Could you action point?
Whereas she's elite infantry, 14 was enough. Target number's 13, so you generated.
Well, 17 is my total. Yeah.
Yeah, 17 is your total, so you easily beat the number. So you generated 6.
She also did though, right? Because militia is a test difficulty of 9, and she rolled a 17.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she only generated 3, and he generated 6. So he completed stage 1, his stage 1 before she completed hers. So the opening stage goes to to you guys.
Okay.
Huzzah!
So
yeah, rolling the 6 there is really handy.
So you both roll, but only the person who won the you both roll and you compare your results both to each other and to the test difficulty.
No, it's a race to successes. I'm trying to get enough successes over you, but the threshold of you stop count. If we both cross the finish line at the same time, whoever got past it farther is the one that wins it. In this case, Borja got across the finish line before she could. The fight that stage stops immediately. She can't roll anymore because she didn't get to that threshold in time.
It's like when we were doing.
I don't see how Borja got more successes though.
So the stunt die, that third die is used as a success die. When you succeed at a roll, sometimes the stunt die is used as on a 1 to 6. How well did you succeed? This is mass battles are an advanced test. So in this case, it's not pass fail. It's not just pass fail. It's I succeeded and I got X amount of successes. The bigger the battle, the more successes you need to generate.
I thought it was the number you rolled minus the test difficulty is where you got your success threshold from.
No.
Okay.
It's like the additive test we were doing for the assistants, where we had to we were all having to roll to get to a certain number based on the stunt die rolls.
Yeah, I understand now.
So yeah, you're able to start firing from the trees. You start driving her units out of the trees. They try to hold there, but really they got jumped. So these guys were gonna have like a nice little firing line down this way and hide in the trees, or at least some cover. But now they're being pushed out of it by the Voltigiers. And
Viva la Selle! Viva la Selle!
And her squares form, and the problem is by the time this unit realizes they're in trouble, these guys are already in square. It's too late. She can't. If she unsquares them now, they're gonna be open to cavalry charge. So
that's the point.
So she just leaves them in square, and it's like, shoot, which screws over these guys. Which screws over the guys out who were going to be skirmishing out using this as cover, so they're basically screwed. That goes to stage 2, which falls to Lieutenant McNeil. Do you wish to have a crisis engagement, or do you wish to engage her in opposed tactics?
Opposed tactics. So is it leadership communication, or?
It is. I believe that's correct. Double checking to make sure I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, only the third stage has a choice.
Yep. And it's chosen by the commander of the second stage. Communication.
Here we go. I got a 22.
Well, fudge.
Dang.
10 plus 3 more. 13. You have bonuses on top of that. There's no way in heaven. Oh, actually, no. She's not trying to oppose. What am I doing? I keep forgetting. She generates 3 because you're militia. That's nice. Unfortunately, you succeeded fighting elite infantry by generating, and you generated 5. So, yeah.
And 5 is the target number.
So Yeah, so in the second stage, this is the main engagement. And actually, at this point, Isabel Dumas and the cuirassiers are able to charge forward. Are you charging along with, or are you observing up on the hill?
I am observing.
You're observing on the hill, probably a bugler near you, giving out orders. And it would seem that Rousseau has badly misinterpreted what you thought you were going to do. For one, she seemed very convinced you were too arrogant, and was very convinced that whatever this is like a handful of poachers and hunters, not a proper Voltigier unit. So she unwisely dismissed this and assumed the primary concern was Dumas' unit. With follow-up orders, these guys staying in square, basically, and over-focus on the cavalry, get peppered repeatedly by Voltigiers, which eventually drives these guys back, which gives these guys more ground. Now, all of a sudden, this guy's getting peppered. They're drawing back, which breaks them out of square, which means Dumas gets to crash right into them and start colliding into them. So all of a sudden, she's in this sort of fighting withdrawal, trying to fall back to the camp, but really, you guys are just chasing them down. And you can see that...
That'd be a sharp moment.
Huh?
Just to say, that'd be a cool sharp moment if I take 5 Voltigeurs during all of this and just station myself inside the camp.
Before we go to the next scene, because you have won the battle, because you won 2 stages before she didn't even win 1, so the third stage basically becomes moot, because she can't, even if she wins the third stage, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but shouldn't...
Oh wait,
doesn't
we
that
do need to
determine
know. We do need to know it for casualties. Sorry.
Well, and how badly, they were defeated. If we totally rout them, then that helps with prisoners and casualties and everything, I think.
It's true, yeah. So, it falls to Dumas as your cuirassiers are charging in on the retreating forces as they're trying to retreat into their fortifications, peppered by Voltigier fire. Do you wish to have a crisis, or do you wish to try to out-tactic Rousseau?
A crisis. Because Dumas is a much better fighter than commander at this moment, because in a mistake of academics, she studied engineering.
Okay, so let us pull this together. Boop, boop. I might as well pull you where I am so you see what I'm up to. I didn't bother making all the crisis maps because I was like, I'm not sure where the crisis will happen because it's by writing. I can just say no. I decide when a crisis happens, or I'll leave you guys have the option. You guys can decide whether or not you're getting into a dust up or not because it's more.
It is an open field, so that kind of makes this easy, right?
We are going to grab some tents. Eventually, where are they? Here they are. Long ones, these ones. Ah. Very orderly camp. And we have, I should put these on the map layer so we don't keep losing them. And it is open ground, you're right, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Whoop. Dumas. appears down here, along with some friendlies. If I can grab them. Because you have some zeros they'll be riding along with you. Zeros are people who can, to reiterate for Cormac's sake, they are characters who have no real plus or minus to them, and they have basically 0 HP, but if they take any damage, they drop. But the plus side is they bulk numbers. They add to your action economy a bit. So you have a fair amount of these guys. Actually, probably. I mean, was there 10?
10, yeah.
So that's 5. Put you out a little further. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll make 10 there. This is where Bianchi, you can insert yourself because you are you're not a commanding officer, so your hero could be mixed in this somewhere.
Also, question: the camp is within rifle range, so could I take a
That's
shot?
true,
at some
yeah.
point near this?
Well, I was going to possibly take some of the voltigeurs with me and like hit them from the back.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, but literally, Borgia can snipe from off screen. He can take one shot during this.
Yeah, so I'll mark out that you're off in the trees. So this square up here will indicate that you're not like 2 yards. You're way further out.
Yeah. I think it was like 140 yards.
And likewise, Cormac, you are not on the field, but you are like in this far corner. Yeah, we'll do it that way because that makes sense. Because you can still, that's what bugles and stuff. This is more modern warfare. It's easier for you guys to talk to each other than medieval battle would allow. So that square has you on the hill, watching down from the your embankment. I should put in the enemy. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? So there are a lot of these guys. So the primary point of this crisis, feel free to give me, if it's not important enough, feel free to correct me, Dumas. But I imagine this crisis is to ensure that the lady does not escape or otherwise evade capture. Unless you have some other goal that you are more worried about.
That is my primary goal, right? These guys, right? I'm not gonna try to direct them that specifically, right? They're just charge into the enemy and do what you can. My personal goal, yes, is her. These guys are also zeros?
Yeah.
And I guess because there's actually rules that determine casualties at the end of this, like zeros that go down here aren't actually dead, they're out of the fight.
Yeah. They scurry away or
wounded or something
like that, yeah. And we'll put her, grab her from the other map. So I'll search for her again. She's about, it's not too far away from the front because she's trying to give an orderly retreat through the camp. So yeah, if she can get up to, we'll mark that in a different color other than blue. We'll mark it in white. Make it a little there. If she manages to get into that area, Dame Rousseau, that will be her escarping away, which will help her win the third stage in the sense that the soldiers are trying to keep her from being captured.
All right.
They're trying to stop you from getting her, but she starts the fight pretty close up because McNeil's superior understanding of the battle and her underestimating him has caused her to be way too far forward than she really wants to be. But now she realized as the cuirassiers are charging, the voltigeurs are firing away, and one lone soldier with a are you grabbing some voltigeurs with you, Bianchi? You said.
I was gonna grab at least 5, depending on how many I would have been afforded.
It's up to you, Borgia, how many you want to risk in this.
But
This may be the battlefield. It'd be the same thing your way. If there's any casualties at all, that's probably where it's coming from. It's probably coming from this side of it. Things.
yeah, let's just take a squad. Take 5 or 6.
Yeah, I'll take a 5.
There. Actually, I'll probably put you because you're corporal. That you'd be at one end or the other, unless you want to stand in front of the line.
Either's fine. It's not that big of an issue.
Yep. Roll for me initiative, folks. That's a dexterity roll if you don't have the specialization.
Do you want to pull up the thing?
No, that would be a smart thing to do. Why would I do smart things? Jeez. Next, you're gonna tell me I should track it and actually read the rules and stuff. God. You know what you're great for, lady? Not going fast. That's unfortunate. Oh well. These. Can I roll? That's her. I'll mark different elements, so I know which. So that way, the entirety of them don't act all at the same time.
I get stun points.
Boop. Then. Alright, red squad, blue squad, green squad, whoops, nope. Green squad, yellow squad, or gold squad, and purple squad. Boop. You guys are easy because you don't have any modifiers because you're all zeros. Okay then.
I think gold squad really wanted to fucking go first.
Tiana, Isabel, Diego. I need a dexterity roll from McNeil.
You do?
Yep. Because you can still assist from your vantage point. You're several yards away, but you may be able to do. May be able to give suggestions or perform tasks up there, or you'll have a turn basically to see what's going on.
Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. I got a 6 overall.
6. Boop, boop. All right. So gold squad goes first. Oh, stump points were generated.
Resolve those, right?
Yeah, we need to resolve those first.
Combat. I don't know. I'll have assist for 2.
Who you
I'll
assisting?
assist. I will be assisting Isabel.
So how are you assisting as you're you're a long distance away, but you could be like charging up like way in the rear, but you could be bugling over to her or something.
Yeah, the bugler, they have signals, turn left here, turn right here. So if I see an opportunity for a gap or something, I'll tell the bugler, signal them to go right, and then zoom past.
Which gives Dumas kind of that extra little bit of, I don't have to worry about that. I can kind of, there's less of your unit you're thinking about because your commander's calling out orders, saving you some time. I believe another one. So +2 to Dumas, just so I don't forget that. Bianchi, you generated 5 stem points.
Would you take sabotage? In the fact of that we've gotten into the back lines and we're making it harder for them to escape through it.
That's why I pull it up in front of me. Sabotage. So you can do one of two things. I will say you can either have like a sort of pit trap set up near the escape route that will do damage if someone tries to go through it, or well, 3 things. Either set up a trap that if someone tries to go into that square, they get damaged. And we'll say, what's it say? Moderate. It's like what, 2d6 damage, which will bypass armor. So if they drop to 0, they may fall into your trap and stop moving. Second thing you can do is you can set your roll 15 as a target number for someone to get past like some barricades you may have set up. Well, like maybe you guys ran over here, did a bunch of sabotage, and then ran back to start heading down. Or you can move your starting position instead of from here. You manage to sneak your way, and you're kind of arrayed here to advance this way.
I think I'd like to come over here, if possible.
Okay, so that'll be your sabotage bonus. And that during all the confusion, you kind of quickly told Borgia your plans and were able to kind of scurry some of his voltageers over in the commotion. All right, well that complicates my life. Shoot.
You're welcome.
Well, that's stunt points resolved. Did she generate any? Well, she's the only one that really matters. No, she did not. The 0s I'm not going to worry about. So, first move is Gold Unit. Gold Unit is going to... hold on. Can you guys move that far? Yeah, you can move that far. These 4 guards, these 4 stand around her with their halberds in a sort of color guard formation. As you notice that they seem to be defending her like she's the colors of their unit, which is a very older fashioned way of doing things. Whereas your colors, where are your guys' colors if you are flying any? Or are they still back with the infantry?
We don't. Yeah, we don't. I was about to say we don't have enough troops to really dedicate a whole person to non-combat.
Your color's just McNeil back there. Don't let him die. Or what? Or we'll be in a lot of trouble when we get home.
Yeah, somebody in this cavalry squad has a Gideon.
But it looks like these 4 have their defensive halberds out and ready to start swinging at cavalry that charge up to Rousseau. Or them, but that's what they're doing. Isabel Dumas, either on your turn or arguably even on McNeil's turn, given that advantage from earlier, you guys can have the 0s act.
Yeah, I'll do I use my turn to do their stuff, or is it just we resolve what they do on my turn and then I continue my turn as normal?
It can be at the top before your turn or after your turn.
But it doesn't take my action.
No.
Okay. I will handle it after my turn then.
Yep.
I'm gonna move 18 to right here.
2 of the yellows take swings at you. $12 for your defense.
Do they have to beat it or meet it?
Meet or beat.
That's a hit.
Resolve damage. 1 second. Pull up a halberd. Brains leaking out my ears. Weapons. They hit you with blunderbusses. No. That's called cheating, everybody.
It would also be less damage than a halberd, by the way.
2d6 plus 4. Yikes. 12.
Oh, right.
Minus whatever armor you have on. Then guy 2, 14 hits. Uh, 13.
All right.
So chunk chunk. And the zeros here aren't getting stunt dice. I'm only leaving it for hero characters. Or main enemies. Unless you want them to benefit. If their guys benefits, your zeros benefit from stunt points as well. But I think it's better we don't let the zeros have stunt points.
Because we only have one group and they have a bunch, so they would get the better of that by far.
Yep. Which, as militia in the future, as heroes of a great war coming from a militia, yeah, that's a scenario you're gonna run into a lot.
I will strike at her.
Okay, yeah, +2 to the roll because McNeil's helping you out with your orders.
$14.
That should hit. I'd be shocked if, even with the bonus, her being a lead. Yep, that hits her. You ride up and you slash down at her, and her chest plate catches some of the damage, but you still manage to cut her a bit.
All right, then my guys. Do I need to? Do you want me to move them individually, or just give you a brief description of what they're doing?
I'll give me a description, because I'll have to move them for you.
And they're gonna charge the center, like, match 1 for 1, right? They don't need to double up, but kind of distribute them 1 for 1.
So you want
against the blues, the reds, and the yellows. I mean the reds, the purples, and the yellows.
So purple or red for this guy.
Oh well, you can
Put them on
one
gold.
Yeah, and then evenly, I guess, against the purple and reds for the last 5.
Another Goldie.
Send him here.
Infantry in the open against cavalry. This never ends well for the infantry.
All right. Well, roll for me 3d6 10 times. The only thing we care about is if you get 10 or more. I'm just going to go top down, because that'll make my life easier. $3d6 greater than or equal to 10.
Why did that not work? Oh, because it's judging each of the dice against. I'll try not to be fancy.
11. Thud. 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 This guy was going here.
Alright, you caught up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, I should just let you resolve them because then I can just do it that way. I'm making it harder on myself. Okay, at least 2 people survived. Shoo, fly. But no. That's me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 3 more from you.
I rolled 10 times.
Have you?
Yeah, you may have not rolled up high enough. Starts with an 11, a 15, and an 11.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So, 11, 15, 11, 13, 12, 12, 13, 5, 9, 11. Your horses ride up and chopping down at the church guard who try to hold their line, but due to the crisis that they're in, they're if anything, this is less a crisis for. This is you inflicting the crisis on her rather than her inflicting the crisis on you. It's oh god, they're overrunning us.
Infantry in the open against cavalry.
Falls to the blue unit. Oh, blue unit. You could fire back at the Voltigeurs, but I think they're out of range.
No, not this close. The ones with the ones with Diego are, but right, not the ones on the map.
Yeah, the ones off map are just not worth firing at, honestly. Unless they were riflemen, which church guard don't have rifles. You know what? Blue guard.
One day.
The red line's falling apart. So this guy is going to take a shot at this guy. Bang. Clips the horseman and goes tumbling off. Got 2. I'll fire at this guy. Ooh, just enough, but with the 10, he hits the armor, and the guy just kind of, just clinches and kind of is gasping a bit and not really able to fight at the moment. This guy, we need to get those horses away from us. Shoot that one. Bang. Just barely catches that guy. He clutches at his arm. And actually kind of moves a bit to kind of stays a horse, but kind of moves to shield you from further shots. Yeah, bang. Hits. And last shot from the guy in the back. Bring it this guy. Hits. So your horses charge in, start dropping quite a few of the gold unit and the red unit. Unfortunately, some of the church guard in the back line up and unload. And there's a wary look as they look out that way and that way as they notice Voltigeur units are not too far away, and they're probably not going to get another chance at that. Luciana Bianchi, you can have your Voltigeurs move before you or after you.
I think I'll have them move before me, and I want them to open fire into the green.
Okay, you owe me 5 rolls. Oh, 1. Oh, that guy survived. No. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Voltagier fire. I survived. As the rifles fire and thin out the green squad that was hanging back, and probably didn't even notice you guys were there right away.
I think you took one too many down because there were only
Yeah.
5 of them and one of them.
Oh, you're
missed.
right. Thank you. Luciana, your turn proper starts.
Okay, so as I'm charging in, I will continue to press, and I will charge. Let's see how far I'm going.
Move up to double your movement.
Yeah, I can get to there because I've got reach.
Yeah.
The long weapons.
You charge up to
And,
there.
I'll take a strike at this one.
Yep. Thwack! You hit him with your glaive, halberd?
Yeah, I'm sticking with the glaive.
You chop down into that guy. Thunk.
And I think as a minor, I will.
Oh yeah, because your major was
What's it
charging.
called?
You're right, yeah.
I think I'm gonna put up guard and just find it again.
As you kind of... You hit this guy, and then you swivel your glaive and start harassing this guy just to keep him from getting a clear shot without having to back up, and even then, he has to worry about you coming after him. Red unit. Red unit, that's... You did. That cavalry wrecked you pretty bad. Oh, crap. Well, yellow lost some people, so we might as well defend Rousseau. We'll try to give her an avenue, so this guy will back off, and we'll shoot at the officer and the Sioux lieutenant a horse. Bang. 10, I don't think hits you.
It does not.
Bang. 7 does not hit you.
Nope.
Dumb Rousseau sees the carnage and sees the falling bodies. Looks up at you as you charge up to her and hit her. I cannot give you this ground. Whew, actually.
Yeah, it was guard up. I basically get a +1 to defense.
Yeah, that's what guard up does. She says, I cannot give you this ground. And then her troops shout at her. Remember the setting sun! Remember the setting sun! They start chanting. And she kind of looks around. She looks up at Isabel. Isabel, you can give me a perception roll. That you may see something in her face. She looks up at you. You can tell she wants to fight on with you. You don't see the same sort of... Well, not that you get a lot of malice. You have some negative church reputation, but you're not, like, reviled. You're not a known enemy of the church. You're just known for doing things not so nice to the church. But you're used to getting some looks occasionally from church people. The look she's giving up to you seems more akin to her wanting to prove herself against a worthy opponent and regretting that she can't. Like, she really wants to stay and fight you, but it feels some other duty is pulling her away. You can see her just kind of hesitate and go, "Urgh," and then she starts trying to run away. But she'll run, but, you know, there's only so far she can go. She's not on a horse because she's infantry.
Also, this game has disengagement, right?
Yeah, you don't provoke. You don't have an area of attack.
No, I thought it did. I was pretty sure I got hit last week or 2 weeks ago because
Someone has to ready to smack you before as you try to move away.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
your major action is I'm waiting for you to do something, and then they do something. Boop. She runs that way. Diego Borgia.
So on the previous map, the Dame was 140 yards from where Diego's token was. What is the current distance?
Let's cut back quickly. Right into the camp, so actually they take up this whole area. So you're about 120 away.
Okay. So that's well within long range, but long range. So that gives me a -2, right?
Yep.
So I think I'm just going to build this way. Ability is...
Give me a moment, folks. Just have to fix my screen because it looks all weird for some reason. Let me just kind of cut out briefly.
Just going to not put the focus in. I will aim for my minor to get a +1.
Okay, so total of -1 effectively.
No. I have... oh, no, I don't. Right. Yeah, you're right. It's actually -1.
Yeah.
I was thinking I had the focus, but I don't. Okay.
It's coming back. There we go.
$19 with 6 stunt points.
Thunk.
What is her dexterity?
What's your dexterity?
Is it 3? Is it less than mine?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll make this a
Because you only get to know if it's lower than yours. You don't know the exact number.
right. Yeah, that's fair. Pinpoint attack.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're benefiting from a pinpoint attack, and you have your stunt dice.
Yeah. So let's see what we're gonna do here. Basic combat stunts. Let's do a 2 for pierce armor.
Okay.
2 for mighty blow for another d6. And it's 4. And 2 for knock prone.
Oh.
So we're going to do damage, and I'm going to add 2d6 to whatever the damage is. Where is the rifle? Not great damage off the top, but let's add 2d6. So a total of 16 damage. Her armor is halved due to pierce armor.
Run. You're tracking her between the tents from far away, and then whizzes through one of the tent covers, keeps going, and clips her right in the leg, and she sprawls to the ground in a heap. But she kind of starts, unlike the other Zeros who have been clipped this way and start screaming, she kind of she starts trying to haul herself to her feet.
Should have saved one for rapid reload. Oh well.
And it falls to purples, I believe. The purples. Oh, this is bad. This is going very poorly. Well, we need to take care of these horsemen because they're just going to overrun us. We need to suppress them, or the Dom's basically going to be overrun. I mean, there's those guys out there, but she might be able to push through them. Well, bang, because the guy in front of him will have a problem, so bang. Yep. Bang. No. Bang. Yep. One guy left. Bang. Just. And they'll move back a little bit. Cormac McNeil.
Can I try, I don't know, assist someone?
Who are you thinking of assisting?
Isabel?
Okay, how would you like to assist her from... What are you gonna try to do? What you're trying to make easier, I guess is a better way to put it.
So I can see that the first wave of people has essentially fallen, so to egg the cavalry on, we need to sound the charge again, you know, to tell them keep charging, keep charging, keep charging.
Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll let you rally some of the cavalry out of being zeroed. So instead of assist roll, you're rolling to try to get some of the horsemen back into the fight.
Sure, yeah.
I'll treat that as communication leadership. The TN's going to be fairly high because they're militia riders. They're not quite... most of the riders are not nearly as valorous as Dumas is.
Right. Let's see if we can try. Poor roll.
13. 13 as they face off against an elite infantry is enough. You're able to jump 2 of them back to their feet.
Okay.
We'll make the guys further back because they're the ones who can hear you the easiest. So 2 of them are able to kind of, as they start breaking away, they're able to kind of rally. You're able to give some rallying orders to kind of get 2 of them back into the fight.
Get back in the fight, you little livered cowards.
And the Lycelian's like, I'm not letting a Tin Islander tell me that. I'm turning around, damn it. We'll show him. Or the churchyard will show us. Well, you know, one thing at a time.
Who would you rather show, huh?
Yeah. The Gold Guard, well, they're halberdiers, and Rousseau's running away, and she got dropped. The cavalry lady is the biggest threat right now, so... 10 to hit.
Does not.
Come here! Get down from there! 12.
Hits.
8.
All right.
They start slicing up at you. Your turn. Do you want your cuirassiers to go before or after you?
After.
Okay.
What does prone do to her?
Puts her on the ground.
She has to spend her move action to get up, and then after that, she can only move half of her normal pace.
I think you get a bonus if you're a melee person swinging down at a prone person. I forget if it's a stun die
unless
bonus
she's gotten
or
up.
damage. She hasn't gotten up yet. No, her turn hasn't come up, unfortunately for her.
Conditions. Lady, I think you got a condition. Characters get a +1 bonus to melee attacks against prone.
There you go. Oh, it's in the condition. Yeah, you're right. I'm not used to knocking my enemies prone.
Well, I figured if she's running, that was probably a good spend.
Yep.
14. 15, I guess, actually.
I think that hits her, but I'm gonna triple check. Roll your damage because I'm pretty sure you clipped her. Yeah, her defense isn't that good. Slash down for 8.
Yep.
You hack down at her, and she kind of throws her buckler at you, and you knock it away, and you kind of start savaging down at her, and she's trying to keep you from getting a killing blow.
Trample her with a horse.
I don't think,
orders. Don't kill her.
I don't
Orders.
think the horse gets its own action.
No, you'd have to. You'd be major action or horse do a thing.
Yeah, and that does it only does a d6 plus 5, I think.
Yeah, if you want
Well,
them to.
reducing her to 0 wouldn't kill her. We get to choose how she's defeated.
Yep.
Knocked out or whatever.
Orders to your troop. I will say that condition of her, as valiant and valor as she is, she's wearing down. She's starting to get tired.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I can probably finish her off if I'm alive next round.
What do you want your cuirassiers to do?
Well, that guy can go ahead and finish that fight. And actually, let's just have them all pour onto purple.
So this guy's gonna stay with his fight, and then the other guys are gonna
Yeah.
charge in after purple.
Yeah.
Well, let's differentiate them so I don't get them mixed up. It'll go like this because raw cavalry. Any other horse left? No.
Nope.
We'll do this. That makes it easier for me.
3 hits, 1 miss.
Thud. 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 As this one bravely is able to kind of swing his musket around and kind of baff away the saber strikes.
All right. Can that one make some movement since all he did was
Sure.
attack? Okay, let's put him on that guy.
Blue unit. Well. Protect the Dom! Protect the Dom! And, these fools charge forth, trying to club your horse's face off. But they have to hit your defense, not the horses, because you're a horse. You're the one who's controlling it.
Oh, is that a rule?
Not a hard and fast one. It's not a black letter one, but it makes sense to me. Unless the horse's defense is better, then the horse might ignore its rider and go, I don't want to get hit.
No, it's not terrible, but it's not better than mine. Miss.
Get the horse! Get the horse!
Miss.
Hurry!
Hit.
5.
Damage?
Yep.
All right.
Hurry! 10.
Miss.
Yeah. How hard is it to hurt a horse?
Hit.
5.
Okay.
I don't know, fellas. You tell me.
Look, guys, stop horsing around.
Oh, that should be 35 out of 45.
Oh no. You fools! This was not the wisest course of action. You fools! Luciano Bianchi, as these four guys, they're clubbing the crap out of the horse, and apparently trying to club a horse to death with musket butts is kind of hard to do. Especially when the rider's like, stop that.
So, essentially, these will be happening at the same time, but Luciano's going to swing his glaive in the air and signals for the voltigeur to assault, to fire upon blue. As he charges them.
Do you want their fire to resolve first or after you?
Yeah, I'm going to get them. So it's like, it's happening at the same time, but I'm going to have them fire first.
Okay. They wait till you're in range. You're shooting me, you fools! Give me 5 rolls. See if blue unit stands. Nope, not that one.
1 survive.
Thunk.
Well, technically 2 because I only fired 4 shots.
2. 3. That guy's okay. This guy's not. So as they're battering you, trying to batter your Horstuma, the Voltagiers. Actually, I will have to roll that back. The Voltagiers can't fire; they have to spend the turn reloading. That's why blue team had to.
Blue team did. Yeah, they didn't fire. They clubbed.
Yep. But the
Can I
Voltagiers
roll
back
the-
here can't shoot. They have to spend this turn reloading.
Okay, then
You can have them move around or just stay where they are.
I'll keep him there. But no, I'll charge him.
You signal for them to shoot, so that way they know. Yeah, we know.
But yeah, I'll aim and charge
Who are you charging?
this one.
This is 0? Okay.
Wait, what's your movement?
I have 10.
You can charge.
But I'm-
Charge is only half your movement, though.
Oh, that was double your movement. Oh, you
No,
Oh.
because you can charge and charge doesn't take charge takes a minor, right? So you can, or it's your action,
Your
right?
major,
because
yeah.
you're making the melee. So if you charge and use your normal movement, you get 1.5 movement instead of just normal movement, right?
Ah.
I'll just move and attack then.
Yeah.
Because I've got reach because of the glaive.
Which would still allow you to aim, then, right?
Pretty much.
Because you.
Well, aim is a minor.
Oh no,
Movement's
it's
a minor as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll take a swing.
Okay. Thunk.
Oh no.
That guy goes down.
I'd like to spend 3 on lightning attack
Yep.
and 3 on defensive stance.
That makes sense.
So I'm gonna take another swing.
Thunk.
And essentially, even though I've not been able to take them all out with the help of the Voltigeurs this turn, I'm ready to intercept anyone from down below charging up. Yeah, that's me.
Red. Well, red team is not doing great. They're gonna move a little bit back and reload. They're looking at Bianchi and keeping distance from him. Dumb Rousseau. Spend a minor to get to her feet, I believe. Minor or major?
It's a move action, but she can get to her feet, and then she has half of her speed left. She can move.
So she can move here. What you gonna do, lady? You can't combine this with your run major action, so she can't run because you have to get up.
Walk away slowly.
Yeah, she's basically walking away. So, you know what? She's better off not moving away because that isn't gonna help anything. She needs to get the horseman off her, so she'll get up, turn, and then she'll. Brandish her, oh wait, she wouldn't have her sword, she'd have her musket out. So yeah, she's actually better off moving away a tiny bit and then just turning around to shoot. So, bang! Firing up at Dumas. 17 hit.
Yep.
13 damage. Sorry, 14 damage. My mistake. Blam! She barely scampers away from you a little bit, turns and fires. There you go, Borgia.
Okay. I think I will spend 2 action points to buy an additional major action.
Okay.
Reload, aim, and fire again at the Dom.
Bite, pour, spit.
Yeah. Okay, so ability 3, focus basically none, additional modifier -1 for the distance. And it's a die roll. 12 if that hits.
Survey says yes.
Okie dokie. I have 3 stunt points, so we'll make it a piercing attack. Is that what pinpoint attack is what it's called? 3. So we'll do 2 for mighty blow and 1 for rapid reload.
Yep.
So I'm going to do damage plus 2d6 again. Rifle. Bang. And 2d6. Bang. 21.
Oh. You hear another report from Borgia in the woods. And Dima, you see, and Bianchi, you both see the bullet slice her forehead, and her head kind of shakes for a second. Her hat falls off, and she just barely kind of stamps the butt of the musket into the ground, and kind of, and just barely standing.
And I will order the voltigiers with me to advance from our area. I think it'll take them 2 rounds of advancing to get into musket range, but started moving that way.
Balls 2. Scroll down, please. Purple unit. Oh, guys, you are in trouble.
Rifle. It's the weapon of the future.
I'm gonna do a morale check to see if purple holds, because I don't think they're going to. Because too many of them have fallen. Maybe making themselves prisoner. Yeah. Too many of them have fallen, and maybe making themselves prisoners will slow you down at all. Is the prayer here, but purple is basically done. As they throw it on their rifles. They fall out of combat. Cormac McNeil.
I don't know. Can I do anything else? Honestly, I'm just gonna cry out to all my troops, hey guys, if they surrender, just leave them be. Because we do want to take them alive.
Give me communication leadership.
Okay. Come up. That should maybe do it.
I will grant you the ability to move the either the voltigiers on the field or the cavalry to do another 0 action as you're calling out extra orders to them.
Voltigers.
Okay, what do you want them to do?
Try and round up the people that are surrendering, if possible. Are they? No, wait. How far are they? They're quite far.
They're back
aren't they?
here.
They're back here.
And
But
they
yeah, so
reloaded
if-
now.
Those are just
Okay.
5, and they're blocking the line of retreat. The rest of them are moving in from the lower corner of Diego Square.
Right, you know what? Yeah, I'll let them reload.
They've
They-
already reloaded.
They've
That's what
already reloaded. Okay, Brud. Can they actually then go ahead and try and round up those who are surrendering?
They could, but they'd break the line that they're holding. Because they're kind of the reason why Rousseau can't just blast through them. Just run straight through them.
Then
But
I'll
you could
tell
order
them...
them to fire, right?
Do I want to though? I don't know. Tell them to aim at the Dame.
Yeah.
In
Well, and
case
again,
they-
like even if you zero her out, you can decide whether or not she's dying, unconscious, or I forget what the other one is.
Dying,
Yeah,
unconscious,
just-
helpless.
let
Helpless, yeah.
them aim at her. Just aim for bonus.
They can aim fire, because it'd be minor major, so they can minor aim and then major fire if you wanted them to.
Minor aim, and then major Voltigeurs can fire on her. Yeah.
Roll for me 2d6 5 times. Oh, 2d6, 3d6.
3d6. You're back in Traveler. At least 2 of them hit.
That's 5, right?
Yeah.
Roll for me 3d6 twice as 2 of the shots hit. Wait, no, I take that back. Because you made them aim, so 2 of those 11s actually hit, so do 3d6 twice more.
Well, the first one's going to take her down, right?
He's not having a good day. Crack, 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 crack.
And as you're the player that ordered the shot, do you want her to be dying, unconscious, helpless?
Unconscious works for me.
The last shot.
What's the difference with helpless though? Actually,
helpless is they go down. They can't do major actions, but they can still kind of crawl around and do minor actions. Like they can talk, they can grab at items and stuff, but they can't really. And they can still be attacked again, but they're.
It's kind of, do you want them to be awake or not when you capture them?
well,
Right.
actually, yeah, helpless it is then.
Now, be aware, I think she can still give orders while helpless.
Minor actions she could call.
Yeah,
out,
she can order her men to stand down. No, I can hope, right?
You can, yeah. And
Yeah.
actually, you know what? Give me, on the back of that, give me communication leadership and add your bonus to her to see if she the +3 to your roll. To see if she believes that she can. Yep, she.
That's a 22. That's a 22 overall.
She the voltigeurs fire, and as she tries to stand up, she tries to square off against Dumas and Bianchi, and then they kind of clip her in the back, and she kind of stumbles forward. Some of the shots kick up dirt around her, and she just kind of drops to one knee, and she tries to get up again, and just she just can't. Like there's just not enough energy. She's been shot too many times. It's amazing she's awake. And she kind of looks around, sees the fighting, sees how many people are injured, gazes on the hill where McNeil is, and says, "Church guard, lay down thy arms and seek mercy
Hooray!
before this militia."
I bet that hurt. She'd lost to a militia.
Voltigeurs men trained to shoot at officers and non-coms.
They look at her in shock, but she does look very crestfallen. And she does gaze at the pistol at her hip for a second, and then just shakes her head and just looks back up at Dumas.
I'll point the saber at her from atop horseback and say, drop your weapons and you'll have my parole.
She tosses aside her musket with a sort of disdain, Like it's not the thing she's giving you for parole. She kind of tosses it aside, and then she unbuckles the longsword at her belt, and she grits her teeth and stays at kneel, and then she offers up the sword.
I'll take
Oh.
Yeah,
Right,
isn't
you're
she
turning
supposed to be
it to
doing
her?
that to me?
Yeah, but you're way over there.
I
Well,
mean,
no, yeah, the sword is mine now permanently, but she has my parole, which basically means I'm not going to treat her like a prisoner. She's treated as an officer and of her social of a
Yeah,
decent
no,
social
that's fine.
standing.
But aren't they supposed to normally surrender to the commanding officer?
Uh, I have taken her surrender. Yes.
Yeah. Now, whether or not
That's
you're
fine,
you're the commanding officer, gonna say, "Well, I disavow the parole. Give me the sword." Get her in cuffs. Like, oh, well, I tried to protect you, but my superior officer disagrees.
Yeah. Diego and the rest of the Voltigeurs will come in and help round up the prisoners and stack their muskets and loot their camp.
Now we tally up the losses, which I think are significant, because you.
I salute Diego. It's like, still here.
Yeah, good job. Good job, everyone.
So
Well
it's
done, Voltigeurs.
It's a test. But the
Uh,
same
situation
target
has
number
calmed
as the
down.
battle.
Once the situation has calmed down, I'll ride down to everyone else as well.
Can you imagine if all of my minute head rifles?
Cormac McNeil, I require you to roll for me intelligence military lore to see how many casualties your side took at all.
An 11.
Plus 3 because you won 3 stages.
So
14. The enemy did not have stage 3 specialists. Were you outnumbered at all? 2 to 1, 3 to 1?
Nope. It
So
was
those are-
30 on 30.
So 12. Oh no, more than 12. Sorry.
I mean, technically, it was 34 versus 31.
So you beat plus 3, so 11 plus 3 is friggin' 14. 14 is enough to succeed at the test. A successful test, the armor's casualties are equal to 35% minus 5% for each degree of success. Your degrees of success is 3, so minus 15%. So
20%. Which
Essentially,
Fairly
it's just a
standard?
cav. Yeah.
so
Sorry, we lost
six
how
min
many?
that
Six
means we
people.
have six casualties.
So of the 6 casualties, 1/3 of them are dead, 2/3 are merely wounded.
So 2 dead, 4 wounded.
Can we get a handout and I'll go ahead and that'll be like our handout for managing the troops.
Yeah, I think unfortunately this time it's the cavalry that took the brunt of that.
Well, also that's only in the 3rd stage, right? The first 2 stages y'all were fighting
Yeah.
a whole battle.
So I say we take 1 dead from the cavalry and 1 dead from the, well, the Voltigeurs, they're more of us, but
Well, like 1 dead, 2 injured each.
Oh, yeah, you guys should be able to see that up top. I'll give it a little badge.
Oh, I was gonna write down the officers and the whole guide and everything. So you might want to change it to like just the regiment, right? I'll record more information here.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
How many troops we have?
we're more of a,
The Lysel Regiment for now. Well, it's Lysel Militia Regiment. Because it will change as the story goes on, because eventually, if all goes well, you'll be folded into a regiment proper.
But-
If all goes well doesn't sound like the correct phrasing there.
yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
luck in turn. This is Fantasy Age. Sometimes bad
Even
stuff
if we're
happens.
just able to sell their muskets, we've probably done fairly well out of this.
There you go. And now she needs to roll to see how many of her troops survived.
Now we know how Diego's class is rogue.
You're a militia, so yeah. 2 degrees, unfortunately. So she saved 10%, so she lost 25% for 30.
I don't think she passed that though. Did
Yeah,
she?
her target number's lower because you guys are militia. Target number's like 7.
Oh, I thought it was 9.
Ooh. You may be right, but she still made it either case.
So yeah, she
Oh
loses.
wait, you're right. She
7.
had
No,
minuses. You're right.
She
I
has
have to figure this
minuses,
out.
A bunch of them.
Oh no. Hold on. Okay, so
She
you're
has-
militia. Militia is 9. Uh-oh.
She is -4.
Minus
She lost
4.
3 stages of battle, and we have stage 3 specialists.
So
And stage 1 specialist.
Stage
she
1
had-
specialists don't count for
Oh, okay.
casualties.
1 plus 2, so plus 3. So that was originally 14 minus. How
Oh,
much?
she does -4. She beats it by 1.
Still though, the
Which means, she can save 10% of her casualties.
maybe she doesn't want to. No. The butcher.
No. She loses what, 25%?
Yeah.
So 7.5 is what that comes to out of 30.
Is the 0.5 like half the mana left with a glaive?
Right?
Like, he's got no legs, but he's alive.
I'm sure it tells us whether to round up or down.
Actually, you're right. It probably does say exactly that. I'll say round down. There's a hard rule for it,
Yeah.
but I'll say round down.
That makes more sense.
So 1/3 of that 7 is dead, 2/3 are injured.
So again, 2 dead, 5.
So you start rounding up the few dead and the injured, giving them a black part of the wind to the air. Very few people died in this skirmish.
And the Voltigeurs will do what Voltigeurs do with their camp and any valuables they might have on them.
Yes, you are free to loot, of course. What kind of a commander would I be if I didn't allow looting? I mean, Wellington tried that. You know what happened.
Right. He was able to mostly enforce the pay for the food that you get or whatever, and don't harass people, but yeah. Definitely at places like Badajoz. He was just
Oh,
like, okay. There's no way to stop it.
As you approach, Rousseau is still in the dirt because she can't stand under her own power, and she looks to Isabel as you approach because she's like, as she knows that McNeil is your superior, so she doesn't bring it up because she's under your parole. But
Then, I'll say to McNeil, Lieutenant McNeil, I've accepted her surrender and I have given her parole, befitting her station.
I'll, dehorse myself and approach her and give her my hand. Stand.
she clasps onto your forearm and tries to help herself haul up with you pulling her up.
I'll grab one of the unloaded muskets that we've taken from her people and let her use it as a crutch. In fact, let's see if I can't do a little healing. Probably not, since my intelligence is not great, but
I'll wave you off on that for now, and I'll raise a hand. Just give her the crutch and put her on a
Alright.
horse. Probably from one.
I'll go look for her tent then.
I'll go look for a tent, yes. Miss Dumas, put her on a horse and see if you can find someone to lightly tend to her wounds. Just very lightly.
I would request that my wounds be tended by the Lysel Church faithful.
And
you
Lieutenant,
have to survive that long. Come with me.
Lieutenant, I will say that from our previous interaction with the dame, once she's given her word, she keeps it. So if we have her parole, I don't see any risk in helping her. And Dame, we do have members of the faithful in our forces who can at least try to help before we get you to an actual position.
If that is okay with you.
As if you have a qualified chirurgeon, I will surrender myself to them. I don't know if you have any educated in your militia for such things.
Do we? I'll look over to Diego and Isabel. Do we?
I'm assuming we have someone.
Someone who has an intelligence score that's above 0, but you're militia.
Yeah.
the people who are actually healers are like back at the church.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
like
they
the one
can,
doctor in town.
Yeah, but they can like bandage your wounds and stuff. And let's face it, we're militia. We've got, people who know how to do different things besides soldiering.
Then I will take care of it.
Essentially, you can use a 0 to do 3d6, and they may or may not be able to.
I just tried myself.
I don't know. Yeah, you're able to kind of stabilize her a bit, so she's not completely helpless anymore.
Bleeding out.
Well, she's helpless. She was at she could only do minor actions. She could talk or walk, but not both.
Right.
Now she can chew bubblegum and walk, but unfortunately, bubblegum hasn't been invented yet, so she fails that task automatically. Yeah.
Yeah, Diego will go looking for her tent, see what kind of goodies might be in there. Both intelligence-wise and coins-wise.
Yeah,
All right.
I think I'd be going with you, considering I'm not a part of the higher discussions.
Considering you and I are the most experienced looting for the church.
We do.
You two can give me perception searching. Seeing.
I can give you perception. I've got an action point, screw it. I'll just...
Same
roll
here.
it
I've got
again.
to get back, though.
It's even worse, who cares?
Opzione. Yeah, 12. At least good enough for a standard.
All right. Let's see how much loot you were able to gather up. 1 second. $900 silver. In various in various coinage. And
everybody-
jewels.
Did everybody know what they got from the past adventure already, so I can just erase it, start
Yeah.
over? Okay.
So yeah, what did McNeil and Dumas do while Borcha and Bianchi lead the looting party?
Well, oh god.
Yeah, I will. Since I'm already going to help bandage her wounds, I'll go ahead and spend the time talking to Rousseau. And I'll say, so what is the reason that you came here?
It is, as I said, it is believed by the Holy Church that there are Almanian assassins who are enacting a gunpowder plot against our emperor. My task was to detain and thwart any Almanians who had come to Lysel.
He is the singular one which anyone has seen.
I have encountered 30 more in the past time, this past month.
And you
And-
killed them all?
My orders were to detain them for Inquisition. But as you likely recall, the Church Guard are not what they once were. Many blame the Almanians for letting the Church fall to revolutionaries. I should have 30 prisoners. I have 31 prisoners. I instead have 31 dead.
Well, that's just shitty officer for you.
It's true. I did offer surrender, didn't I?
Is McNeil saying this to her, or?
No.
Okay,
No.
just wondering.
I'm commenting with.
Why not accompany us and explain yourself to the magistrate?
Because she thought she could win if it was just the cavalry.
2 reasons. 1, Church Guard infantry versus militia cavalry, cuirassiers, would see the cuirassiers melt before the squares. Fortunately, I did not anticipate the voltigeurs to be in the wood. And I underestimated your McNeil and his understanding of the battle. I figured a gentleman officer playing at militia would not know warfare.
You expected him to be so stupid as to send only the cavalry against you.
He seemed arrogant enough. She shrugs. I misread him. Secondly,
I say under my breath, I'm not so sure.
Secondly, the Church Guard has its orders from Lumerberg. It is not becoming a knight of the Church Guard to surrender herself to a militia officer. We had no choice but to fight. Or else I would likely find these guards fighting without an officer. Which, if that were the case, many more would have died today in foolishness, rather in zeal, rather than surrender and defend the faith another day. Plus, with my testimony, perhaps we can evade the Emperor's assassination.
I fear I am the only one who will care of your testimony now. Whatever chance you had to explain this to the magistrate is gone now that you've spilled Mycelian blood.
The scythe of the church cuts all equally, supposedly.
Goddamn religious fanatics. This is why we need a constitutional government backed by a military.
So I suppose we march now to Lysel.
Well, you, madam, shall ride, considering your state. The rest of us shall march.
GM, did we find any intelligence maybe in her tent or anything? Any notebooks, papers, stuff like that?
Intelligence roll. See if you spotted
Oh,
such
nice.
papers appertaining to such effects.
Military
Yeah.
lore?
Could I help with intelligence or engineering?
You can help with intelligence.
13.
Searching about the tent, her tent primarily, because she's the one. She'd be as the
Right.
knight in the group. She'd be the one who have such things.
Right.
You do find various things that aren't that under parole she would be allowed to have, like her prayer book and stuff like that.
Right.
And I also automatically discounted stuff that you wouldn't legally be allowed to steal because you're not brigands.
Right.
Looting of certain things is fine, but you can't steal certain soldiers' personal effects, to a degree anyway. But you do find that among her papers, there is another book. There's her journal, of course, and her log papers and so on. But there is another book that seems to be in some sort of cipher, but one which you don't quite understand. With time, you might be able to try to unpick it, but upon glance, it looks like a Proverbs book, but though you're not religious, they don't, like, even, some, actually, do you know any Galleon? I take that back.
No.
Having hauled it open, if you hold it open to any other Galleon in your voltigeurs, they go, yeah, I don't know what that is. That's nonsense. It looks Galleon, but it's nonsense. It's talking about two birds and a nest. Like, that's a saying, but it's not a proverb.
Well, I will stick it in a pouch and show it to McNeil in a more private moment to see if maybe he can suss out what the cipher is. Ooh, I will also, if it's a book code, it could be for any of the books she has. So yeah, Diego, as an officer, she's probably got writing supplies. I'll note down the relevant information for all the books that are in her quarters in case it is a book code, so we can theoretically find the edition.
Okay. What is McNeil up to as all the discussion and looting is finishing up and the injured are being prepared to
I'll worry
leave?
about the logistics. So I'll come up to the Voltigeurs, ask them, okay, how's your ammo doing? Pouches, etc. Have you picked everything up? I'll also tell everyone, gather up what we can from their supplies so we can replenish our supplies. So if we're gonna mug them, at least let's mug everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Generally, gentlemen, take everything that isn't nailed down, check your flasks, check your gunpowder, check your shot, and make sure that you're ready to march. So I'll get the men in shipshape and Bristol faction.
Give me communication leadership. You're able to get a semblance of order and some level of efficiency from your troops. But you are very keenly aware as people move about and the corporals and sergeants do what they can. Yeah, this is not a king's infantry. This is a town militia. These are...
Who taught you how to march?
Yeah. Like, they do marching on the weekends at the garrison, Like, they know a little bit about military order, but this is... You can tell very quickly that they adhere to orders, but sometimes some of the orders are a little lost on them because they're not used to proper military drill beyond simple defense of home, which,
You there, stop picking your nose.
Yeah, that sort of thing. You end up policing some minor infractions that no military would really get into.
Soldiers are farmers. What did I get?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Citizens. It's a citizen army.
Yes, long live the
Meaning the professional army is probably not all that much better.
At least the
That's why-
professional army is coaxed into it by the promise of alcohol.
That's
daily.
why he attacked in column.
By the promise of alcohol daily.
You all gain the rep face church guard an even number, which helps with revolutionaries and with the militarists. Because
Nice.
you get the brag that you defeating the church guard is not easy. They're one of the few old school fighters that are actually pretty good.
And it clearly doesn't aid us against other church guard fellows.
No, the church will be in. You could use it as a proof that if you wanted to make nice, you could turn that one into a church thing. So you did take their parole, so you could turn it to them. You decide which one it's applied to. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, we were nice.
Yeah, I mean, sure, people die, but some of your people died too. It's like, yeah, people were shooting at each other. That's generally what happens. The fact that so few died is a miracle. So yeah, we go to field, I believe. To field, yes. So yes,
Should that be maybe victorious over the church guard an even number?
Yes. Yeah, Captain Sebastian Leclerc is the commanding officer of this regiment, quote unquote. Color sergeant, not really. You're not big enough to warrant one.
You said it was +1 to the militarists, and what else for that new title?
Militarists, revolutionaries, and church.
Ooh, even the church liked that one.
All right. I kind of spread out the numbers a bit. It would add up to 60 before we lost 2 people. But kind of expanded it to show that we have non-coms and officers and stuff.
And
Now we march back to Lysel.
any words shared between you as you march back to Lysel?
Yes,
Um,
actually.
I would like
Mr. Bianchi, a well and exemplary performance for you today. I knew that my breveting of you wasn't a mistake. I shall mention you in my dispatches to the command, so to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I am trained to be a grenadier, but I will use my talents wherever I am placed.
I'll keep it up, son. There may be a grenadier company yet for you to come.
I do not think so in Lysel, but maybe one day.
I want to spend
Looking
that
back in the
time-
chat, it looks like we've got 50 line infantry total. 50 line infantry, 20 light, and 10 cavalry.
Oh, did we?
So a
Have...
total of 80.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're like slightly under strength company. I think we're back in those days around 120 to 130 if they were ever at full strength, which they never were.
Yeah. And likely for a militia, your numbers would normally be smaller, but you actually have a dedicated garrison, a legacy garrison that's kind of keeping your numbers high. You were saying, Duma?
I would like to spend that time trying to convince the Dom to give up the church. Don't expect to do that completely, but I would like to start chipping away.
All right. Give me a communication check.
Persuasion?
Yep. You find her faith in the church in the setting sun staunch and unwavering. But she respects. But she doesn't give you. Given that your reputations, I think overall your reputation can even out with her because I think you have a negative church rep but a positive one.
I don't have any positive church reps.
Victory
Well,
over
we
the
do.
church guard.
The one we just got is positive.
Oh, I thought we chose to make it revolutionaries and militarists.
It's revolutionary, militarist, and church.
Okay.
Because the church guard will still, the church people will respect that you're able to face them in even number. Like that's a impressive thing to have achieved. Especially since you weren't brutal, you didn't brutalize them or anything like that. You took them honorably. So that's how the revolutionaries love it because you beat the church guards. A bunch of militia people beat church guard. Hell yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, you find that she is still respectful in tone. But you find, at least for now, she is very staunchly a believer in the church and the setting sun. And we will briefly flash back to Bianchi. Out at the lake. Some time ago. And you find this young woman in common garb with a setting sun amulet in copper as she's kind of standing at the edge of the water and staring out across from it. You're kind of able to catch up to her. She doesn't immediately see you. She's kind of focused on the water.
I'll place the rifle down against like a bush or something, so it's not just like lying in the mud.
Yeah.
Hello, are you Varia?
In what language do you say this? Trade?
I have trade and galleon.
Ah, what do you say then?
A galleon?
She turns to look at you. She looks at your uniform. Looks at your glaive. And rifle and carbine sitting nearby. Unless you're holding your glaive.
No, as I would have placed him down. I'm not threatening.
Yeah. Lycel militia.
Yes, your brother, Corin, said you would be in this direction.
Why do you seek me?
It seems of the previous day and even before that, you were talking with some church guards to the southeast.
Give me a communication check. You succeed. You have 6 stump points. Was you able to get her to open up to you?
Jeez.
I'd spend 4 for sway, so I'll move her closer into my direction.
Okay.
And could I spend 1 on impress and 1 on read the situation?
Certainly. Special encounters. She was standoffish. She is now neutral.
Okay.
So, yeah. Standoffish means they're not really to really fight you or impede you. They really just want you to go away. Or leave them alone. Or they'll ignore you if they think that will work. I was. Or I had, rather.
We heard that they were in the area and possibly up to something, and your brother also believes so. In a few hours after a very quick march on my behalf, we will likely engage them. I would like to know what you discussed with them. I'm not here to judge.
Why would you engage with them? She looks confused.
Unfortunately, we've had a group in the area essentially abandoning, and if we encounter them, hopefully this can be sorted out with simple talks, but if not, it may become more serious.
I can't imagine the Knight of the Church Guard doing anything against Gallia or her faith or the faithful under its protection. You should not engage them in whatever conflict the militia has with them. The revolution is over. No one needs to die anymore.
I would agree with you. And as he just like holds out his burnt arm, but unfortunately, there are those within the church who still are fanatical.
She looks back at the water. They were asking about Almanians, foreigners coming onto shore in boats. Asked if I knew anything. If I'd seen any camps.
Had you?
What do you think of the Imperial Princess? She turns to look back at you. Her marrying the Emperor, I mean.
This is a player currently having a brain fart.
The Emperor is scheduled to marry the Albanian princess who will, and thereby secure peace, everyone hopes?
Okay.
Mary Antoinette.
Well, I do not speak as if I know what is in their hearts, even if this is a political move. But any situation that provides more peace and stability for those in those lands, and including those who follow the church or don't, will always be a good thing in my eyes.
Do you know what I think, militiaman?
Please.
I think that the man who saw the slaughter of so many, who, upon facing his one day judgment, decided that instead of holding true to his beliefs, he pantomimed faith and literally ripped his title from our hands. If I could, I would see the Emperor dead. But, she shrugs, I have not that power. And supposedly, these knights, well, the knight rather, says she has sworn to defend him, as he is our emperor. I think that I'm not obliged to defend a revolutionary. And may the setting sun forgive me for my false testimonies.
Why? What false testimonies have you given?
Communication roll.
I got a +1, I believe, from what was
From being burned.
it? Impress as well.
Oh yeah. Impress gets you over. I believe I'll let my lady confessor know such things. And not my brother in Castrum. Which kind of nods at you. You've heard some Gallians say that about Castrumites, because of their, if you're of the same faith.
I mean, Luciano doesn't really believe what, you know.
Yeah, you know the linguistic tick. It's like, oh, you've heard Gallians say that before. Like, oh, okay. It's a very obvious, like, oh, you're a churchgoer. How can you tell? Only churchgoers say that.
Have a blessed day.
Yeah.
Will you head to Lycelle yourself, or should I ask a voltigeur to escort you?
I will surrender myself only to the church.
Then I would request that you head down immediately, and we shall meet you there.
We shall see, militiamen. But I'll be there, even if you're not.
He'll just give like a slight nod and head off to retrieve his weapons and begin his extremely quick match. Clearly that's not correct amount of yards, but
Yeah.
he literally would have had to sprint with 5 voltages all the way to that battle.
And those thoughts replay in your mind, Bianchi, as you're kind of marching along the road. Your units are starting to come up upon Lysel.
Would it be possible if I had a brief moment with the dame?
She's in the company of Dumas, but you could, I suppose. She's a horse, and she gets a bit better after like maybe a 5-minute breather you guys probably had before setting out. She's looking a lot better.
Sous Lieutenant?
Corporal.
May I speak to the dame in private, please?
Rousseau kind of quirks an eyebrow, looks at Dumas, a little confused on her horse, like, the hell?
About what?
Regarding her recent conversations in the surrounding area with a faithful.
I think Thalia lied to the church guard about whether she's seen any Almanians.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah.
Rousseau looks at Dumas and just shrugs, like she's genuinely confused why a corporal's asking you this, because she doesn't know the relationship between you two. She's like, I don't, okay. She doesn't look offended, it's more confusion than anything.
I'll fall back enough to watch them, but not be there.
Rousseau will kind of just slide off her horse a bit and just lead the horse along on the reins. That way she's still marching along with, but she's letting herself fall back with Bianchi.
I believe recently you and your men were dealing with a Thalia from close to the hunting preserve, correct?
Yeah.
Before I rejoined the Voltigeurs and, well, the battle, I had a chat with her. Apparently she will be turning herself in to the Lysel Church. She has been telling lies.
It's hard to believe. She seems so devout.
She is more devout of the fact that she disapproves of the Emperor.
She shakes her head.
I believe this may have been a plot on her behalf to maybe push you and your people in a certain direction.
Hmm? She looks at you puzzled. How do you mean?
She mentioned that she told you about Armenians in the region. I believe she was doing that on purpose because of the Emperor marrying one.
Well, that makes sense. It's why we were down here. She confirmed what we suspected.
That's where I believe her lies are coming into it. If there is an attack on the Emperor impending, I believe she may have pointed you in the wrong direction.
If it's not the Almanians, then... She looks at Lysel as you're walking toward it. It's not them.
I do not know, but a few of us will keep an eye out now that we know that there could be something. Just, I'd like to inform you that you have been deceived.
What's your name, Corporal?
I was there back then. I am Luciano Bianchi.
She stares at you for a second in the growing noon light. It's actually quite bright out by this point because you guys started this fight in the morning. And then, actually, it's probably coming upon nightfall because you guys, takes a whole time to get down here, slowly march your way along. So it's probably getting dark out. I take that back. And probably started out the next morning. But yeah, no, she kind of peers at you, and then there's that dawn of recognition of, oh, I didn't recognize you in your new uniform. Also,
Yes.
you're not covered in cave dust.
True, but I did receive a lovely burn, and as he cocks his wrist back, she'll probably see the remains of the banner in his sleeve.
She peers at you. Tell me, Bianchi. Are you a believer?
Well, I do know that Saint Solara isn't what everyone exactly believes she is. I believe that people have found a good reason to believe in her, and that's good enough for me.
Then if you seek to protect our emperor, self-crowned though he is, show that. She points at the wrist, the banner emblem you have on your wrist, to the Holy Mother in the church, and she will do what she can to help. I'm afraid that I'm going to spend the duration of my assignment in chains. Or nice homage, I suppose, but chains invisible all the same. Good luck to you, Bianchi. And she kind of pulls herself back onto her horse and rides back to catch up with the Dumas.
Yeah, I'll just continue on.
And on the march back, Diego will have the Voltigeurs doing the usual thing of flanks and ahead and behind.
Boop. Oh, we're in the village now, so... Boop. I grab everybody? I did not. We're all too big. Yep. Shrink you down. Not sure I have that little marker on you. It's for something or another.
Oh, I think it was because when I was diving into the river.
Huh.
We just never took it off.
So, your unit arrives in Lysel. Some villagers do look out from their windows, and some of the dock workers look out from their tower to kind of, like some of the militia looking out from the guard post look down. There's a bit of like some people are coming out just to see. Oh, I wonder what the militia's up to, just as a thing to do, because the militia goes on patrol sometimes.
Right.
May have happened, but they look surprised when they see that you have in tow a church guard unit, and there's murmurs among the crowd.
I kind of spur the horse up to get to the head of the column and I say, perhaps Lieutenant will make double time to get to the militia garrison before we have to deal with a crowd.
Yes, I'll do that.
Give me a communication leadership to get your unit to speed up without losing too much track of your prisoners.
Come on, you lazy sod.
Double timing your way through town. The lot of you are able to rush your way to the militia garrison. And actually, I'll note that Rousseau makes no effort to escape, and the guard around her, the church guard that are following along with you, they kind of look to her to see what she's going to do, and they seem to just follow. They're following her around. Although the guards poking at them makes them move as well, but they seem to be. There was obvious thoughts of attempting to break away, but they have followed her lead on this.
Yeah, as we get into the courtyard and the gate is shut behind us, I'll say, Dom Rousseau, you'll need to present yourself to Captain Leclerc first. Should you need lodging during your parole, you may call upon me.
Or me, should you wish. It is also available.
Would you suffer
You
a
wanna slum it?
Would either of you suffer a church faithful in your house? She quirks an eyebrow and smirks a bit. Like it's not less of a condemnation. It's more she recognizes you're not faithful, and the revolution wasn't all that long ago. She's not stupid.
I think you forget where I come from, ma'am. I don't care if you worship the moon. It's all the same.
Well, my place is a lot smaller, but you're welcome if you feel like it. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get my men settled.
Just gonna walk off Motor and I just live in a barracks.
Now come, I shall introduce you to our captain. From there on, well, it's between you and him.
I will head up with McCormack and passing Diego, I will say the Voltigeurs will be here in an hour for you to help them get settled. But if you do not go with us to meet Leclerc, then I fear all the glory today will go to the lieutenant.
All right.
Still, lieutenants, would you like me to deal with the Voltigeurs?
Thank you, Luciano.
My pleasure.
I need to keep her name because it's an NPC. You need to know who she is. So you bring on. So who's all? So the three of you are all. The three officers are meeting Leclerc with Rousseau.
Yeah.
Yep.
I imagine the three of you report what you found in general and summarize what's been happening to you the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Yes, pretty much.
Yes.
No line or anything. You know, we want to be honest with this guy.
Anything in particular you want to highlight or add to the report? As Leclerc stares on, and at the first bit of it, he would kind of sit back and kind of wonder why a church guard knight is here, because she'd be introduced because she is a person of standing, and it's like, she'd be expected to be introduced by one of you as officers to him.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. No problem.
And it's one of those, like, once he's like, what the, okay? And there's a look, at first it would have been a look of, start explaining quickly. Like he's mildly upset, and then it's, oh no. And then on, and it's, oh damn it. He sits forward and takes out a notebook, starts writing. He'll give you give me a second, starts writing down in detail everything. It goes from, I'll listen to a report to, I need to document this.
Well, as for myself, I'd like to highlight the performance of our new corporal, breveted corporal, who has performed in battle exemplary, and I would recommend that he be given the full rank of corporal in the militia.
In what manner did he distinguish himself? In particular?
Exemplary bravery when taking on multiple enemies of the militia, as well as aiding to, going to the rescue of the dame here, preventing her from further harm.
He was also joined me on scouting mission, gathered vital intelligence for both us and Dame Rousseau.
And avoided
engaged-
detection.
Yes, and engaged in hand-to-hand battle against Church Guard heavy infantry and came out the victor.
Takes out a separate notepad, starts scrolling down the names. Then finds his name. Scribbles something next to it. Looks around his desk for a second. Pulls over a little, a bit of wax. And dabs it next to his name, and then grabs a small seal and presses it next to his name. And then scribbles some more. So enshrined, he is now corporal. He nods.
I would also request, Captain, a small stipend, which I will have forwarded to the surviving family of an Alamanian who served the militia bravely, but was unfortunately killed.
The farmer you encountered. Yes. He looks over at Rousseau. Looks back to you.
And I should also like to commend to your attention the actions of our Voltigeur unit, which not only excelled in their skirmishing duties and a silent approach of the enemy to take them by surprise, but also stood victoriously against heavy infantry of the Church Guard, despite themselves being light infantry.
In short, Captain,
The men performed with true courage and were worthy of the militia, and indeed would be worthy of the regular army, I would say.
in short, Captain, your militia is in great shape.
I don't know about the line infantry, but
Well, the line is yet to be tested, but the light elements and the horse elements are in great shape.
a little bit of inter-service rivalry.
For the stipend, Sous Lieutenant, see to Sergeant Moreau of the line infantry, and he will have the appropriate funds allocated. He's the one who looks after clerkship here at Garrison. Would we be bigger, he'd be a color sergeant, but we don't have that sort of dispensation. Though the Emperor's arrival may change that. And as for the Voltigeurs, I will note that they've lived up to our legacy. Though the last time a Lysel militiaman fired upon Church Guard was... Looks over at Rousseau. Before the Revolution. And they did win.
To be fair, did have an opportunity to just come with us and explain yourself. But
Sous Lieutenant, I'll remind you that you're speaking to a dumb of the setting sun, says Leclerc, and gives you a warning glare.
I just sort of shrug phlegmatically and not remind him that he's speaking to a graduate of the military academy and the guy who just kicked the ass of the dom from the church.
Give me a communication roll to see if you keep that smirk off your face.
It was pretty smirky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, where I'd already closed his sheet. There he is. I don't guess this would be persuasion.
No.
Probably performance, actually.
Deception.
16 with 5. Jesus Christ.
Well, you, well, I do have to roll for him. It is opposed. Sue Lieutenant Borgia. I'll look forward to seeing the Voltigeurs drill tomorrow morning. Let's ensure they didn't get rusty on the march here, yes?
Oh, did he beat me?
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, Captain. But if we're doing our jobs, you won't see us.
He gives you a look and then just looks over at McNeil. Well, Lieutenant.
Yes. Yes.
It seems you acquitted yourself rather well in your first real assignment.
Thank you, sir.
Marching up and down the square is not exactly the toughest assignment we assigned you, so actually engaging a hitherunto enemy is worth commendation. I'll ensure that the appropriate officials back in Lumerberg are aware of your accomplishments.
Thank you, sir. May I return now to my rocking chair and my glass of wine?
Unless you wanted to join me with our drills in the morning with Borgia. I'm sure you could use the inspiration.
Of course not, but you're welcome to join me for breakfast while we watch the men drill. Would that be suitable to you?
Oh, I think that's a lovely idea.
Oh, grand. I shall serve eggs over easy with some wine.
Rousseau just kind of rolls her eyes and just shakes her head. Shakes her head, rather. What am I even listening to?
What shall we do with the dame, sir?
You're under parole, and I'm willing to accept it. Though, I will want you to give me a full written account of your supposed orders, and if I find a letter back from Lumerberg or from the Emperor's Guard that you said anything false here, I will have your sword. And we'll see what setting sun justice looks like in the Emperor's new laws. So just kind of nods her head.
And sword. That's my sword.
And as for the person responsible for the murder of the Alamanian farmer, Alamania, you see, will probably demand an answer.
The murders of 31 Alamanians.
That remains to be seen whether she was acting under orders of our emperor, like she claims, or she went rogue and just murdered a bunch of random people. And if it is the first, he looks at her, failure to one's duty is still a crime. So if you fell short of what is expected, you will see justice one way or the other. This isn't the kingdom anymore. We have laws now.
But, sir, the Alamanian government
Lieutenant,
will...
you are not an ambassador here. You are in this militia. I will handle this.
As you wish.
Dame Rousseau, you are free to request lodgings for one of my officers, but I will not allow you to take sanctuary within the church. given that you have suspect motives that must be investigated, and I'd rather you not hide away in its catacombs. So kind of bristles at that and looks to like she's gonna say something, and then just clamps down on it and just. I would.
Catacombs, eh?
I would request to stay with the Sous-Lieutenant Dumas, if she would have me.
I will not.
Clerk kind of raises an eyebrow at that and shrugs. Very well. We'll ensure Sergeant gets the rest of your things into your house. Good day, Dame Rousseau. She kind of looks around a little confused. Good day, Dame Rousseau. She kind of leaves.
Yes, it means go.
Like, yes, I can order you to leave my office. Get out. Well, this is a fine mess the three of you have brought to me. He rubs his brow.
We would have invited you, sir, but I did not think that the line infantry were up for the march and would have made it in time.
It's the right move to do it when you did. They might have spread out into the woods if you hadn't jumped them when you did.
And I did technically place them under arrest, which they resisted.
Well, I mean, we gave them. I don't understand these church fanatics. We give them ample opportunity and reason to come along peacefully and surrender and sort things out, and they choose to fight.
If only reason mattered to them.
You have to remember, officers, that these people come from a bygone era where they saw themselves as defenders against evil and slayers of dragons, and he waves his hand, and other such things.
Well, if there is a threat against the Emperor, or perhaps the threat is against the Princess, sure, the Emperor will be traveling under heavy guard. It might be easier to try and do something to the Alamanian vessels coming in, but
Well, what puzzles me
due
is...
respect, we need to
Oh, go ahead.
patrol vigorously.
Yeah, double up patrols. And, Lieutenant, I want you to have these patrols doubled. Smaller patrols, see if any other camps are hiding about. And also see if there's any more suspicious boats trying to come up on the dock. We need to find out if this threat's something we actually need to worry about. And also, I'll admit to you all, I have heard no word about the church guard being assigned here, which either she's lying about her orders, or for some reason the Emperor saw fit not to tell me that he was sending church guard down here. Which either that suggests to me a few things, and I'm not sure exactly what. I would hate to think he doesn't trust me, but
It'd be that the church is attempting to curry favor by operating on its own, which is a problem in and of itself. But
So we are then questioning the authority of the Alamanian government, sir. Or rather, we are unsure of their motives.
I just can't imagine if they were going to do the attack. Like, he's going to go to Almania anyway, as part of the marriage ceremony. He's going to go. So if they're going to attack him, you'd think they'd wait till he was on the water in Almania instead of here. I can't imagine Almanians coming across the ocean, across the bay, to enact an assassination attempt in one of the most heavily defended villages on the coast.
well, and it may have nothing to do with the Alamanian government. There are plenty of
Revolutionaries.
factions, right?
Well, revolutionaries.
Someone who doesn't like what the Emperor's doing or trying to do. That's why I'm wondering if the attack is maybe on the princess, and originating from somewhere among the factions in Gallia.
To that, then, let's have a inspection of the docks and ensure that there's nothing hidden away there.
Agreed.
Sir, we'll get it done.
Also, if any of you have any friends seek out to see if anything's happening, or any whispers are happening. I'm
Fair
sure
enough.
the three of you understand me.
Unfortunately, yes, sir, I do.
Good day.
Good day.
Sir.
As we exit, I'll be like to the two of you, questioning the loyalty of the Alamanian government, possibly Alamanian citizens being killed within Gallian borders. There's going to be an answer. There's going to be retribution, and the captain fails to see it, or perhaps he sees it, but he is powerless to stop it. I fear we're on the brink of something quite much more.
Well,
Hopefully, I'd like to show those Alamanians where they belong.
Now, you listen here. You may think this is all fun and games, but real war is nothing quite like you've seen today. People die. Many people die. And not just them, but us too.
I point at this more than one place I've been shot and say, I know what war and death are, Lieutenant.
Your luck will not hold you forever, miss.
and Diego will scratch some of his powder burn.
If only I get the chance to die in and amongst a broken Alamanian brigade, that would be a death worth wishing for.
This
And
blind
besides,
man-
Uncle, the quickest route to command and promotion is a war.
While I understand that, this blind nationalism is the kind of thing that gets all you youngsters killed. Too many lives have I seen snuffed out by this. Exactly this, what we're seeing.
Well, it may have nothing to do with the Alamanian government. Sounds like that more than likely whoever killed the Alamanian prisoners will face justice, be it church or civil, hopefully civil. So there should not be too much reason on that side for the Alamanians to complain. However, it seems to me that if somebody wanted a war, killing the emperor and blaming the Alamanians for it, or killing the princess and blaming the Gallians for it, would be the perfect inciting event.
There will be a response. I'm sure of it. Be ready
So-
when the time comes. And until then, double up patrols. Inspection of the docks tomorrow afternoon as well.
Sounds good.
We need to see what sort of goods they're bringing in.
And Borgia will go off to check on Bianchi and the Voltigeurs and explain that they need to get some sleep because they'll be up early to ambush the captain on his way from his house to meet my uncle for breakfast as a maneuver.
Oh, and Miss Dumas, I wouldn't count on luck all my life. You
I
may have found
wouldn't-
yourself lucky for now, but no one's lucky forever.
And I wouldn't expect a Tin Islander to understand matters of national pride when you have so many small nations.
So be it then. Perhaps Gallian brainwashing reaches a certain sense even which I cannot touch. I'll leave.
Whatever. There's only one way to a marshal's baton.
Dumberso kind of walks over to Daman. Well, so is she where you're housed then?
Yes, and she is an ennobled person, right?
A knight is the equivalent, yeah. So ennobled in the lowest sense of the word. She is
Okay, she is standing, yeah.
she has standing but no land, yeah.
Yeah, then I'll say you are more than welcome to stay with me. At the end of the month, we'll discuss cost of lodgings, but I'm sure you're in no danger of
Oh, by end of month,
bankrupting yourself.
at end of month, either I'll be hauled back for Inquisition or I'll be rewarded by the church. So we'll know one way or the other.
Yes.
And she gets ready to leave, but waits for you though. She's not gonna run off because you are the reason she can't. You are her parole, so she doesn't want to run off without you. You do, and actually, when you guys came upon her, she gave some parting orders to her troops to accede to all lawful orders, etc., etc., etc. Like just making sure that no one tried anything dumb while in custody. It's like, no, don't start anything. No, really, the Emperor will sort it out. We just have to wait till he gets here. I was like, okay, but we could be out there. Well, you're not. You're in here, so stay here. I'm ordering you to stay here and be nice with the militia. Oh, okay. You know, that sort of thing. It takes like a couple reminders, like these elite infantry are being told to sit still and be disarmed. They're not terribly happy with the situation, but they're a little pissed at the militia. But it's like, well, whatever. The Dom says so, so the Dom says so. You know.
Well, I'll ask her. Could you find it in yourself to speak of my horsemen in a good light for their bravery and their ferociousness?
I was going to comment a bit with your captain, but he seems a bit full of himself as it is. I'll be sure to inform the Grand Master of your accomplishments and indeed the Emperor.
You could do me one better.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, you can stay with me at no cost to yourself. If only you would tell that same thing to the patrons of the inn. For I need replacements. And in a militia, that means convincing tradesmen to spend their weekends with us.
Well, I'm not sure how much common recruitment I can pull, but I can call
a dame
Faith.
of the church who speaks highly of the glorious.
Well, my understanding is that you are of a revolutionary fervor. I'm not sure how much you want to have church faithful in your ranks. Because they will, I know for a fact I can summon a good chunk of this populace to arms if it's to the banner of the faith. And if I simply say to them to serve the setting sun is to serve the militia under such a brave person as this, she gestures, then you'll see faithful flock to you.
Perhaps just mention how brilliant we were in battle, and leave statements of faith to the church itself. I will not bar the faithful from joining, but I don't wish to encourage them en masse.
Well, we'll see you to the inn then.
Yep.
What are our newly minted corporal and our Sous Lieutenant Borgia last actions before they leave the garrison?
Well, I
Well-
was. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
Like I said, I was getting the voltages back in order and stuff put away.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, unless Diego wanted Luciano, he was probably going to head over to the church to begin his investigations.
Sure. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know my corporal yet.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. Congratulations. The captain major rank permanent, Corporal. You can sew on those stripes now.
Thank you, Sir Lieutenant. I shall strive to help the light as much as I can.
Well, that seems good. Strive to kill the enemy and not get killed yourself.
Well, that is the plan. If there's nothing else, I have made sure your voltages are unpacked and ready for your inspection.
Very good. Unfortunately, I have to tell them we're up and out early tomorrow.
I shall also be ready, but for now I do have matters elsewhere.
Sounds good. Good luck.
You as well. Head off.
What does Mr. Borja do before he leaves garrison?
After, telling the troops that he's proud of their actions in the past few days, they proved themselves worthy of the legacy of the LaSalle militia, and as far as I'm concerned, they're as good, if not better, than any Voltigeur platoon in not just the militia, but in the regular Imperial Army. I understand if they want to celebrate a little bit tonight, but we are up well before dawn tomorrow for an exercise, and the day will be spent patrolling and checking out some warehouses and whatnot.
There's some groaning among some of the farmers who are like, wait, but tomorrow was supposed to be an off day. What the hell?
Orders from the captain.
Oh, come on.
That's what happens. It's what happens when you do a good job. People start handing you more jobs to do. But don't stop.
Some younger guy goes, so we do a shoddy job then, and someone just elbows him rather sharp, like, shut up.
Right. No rest for the wicked, but try and get as much as you can. What is left of the 900 silver after it's divided among troops and whatnot? What's left basically for the four of us? Four of us? Four of us.
I don't think that math's been done yet.
Oh,
It's 900 silver is what we looted, but I know that there's different. The troops will get some. We'll get some.
probably right. Half to officers, half to troops, right? And then of the officers, half again to the commanding
Lieutenant.
officer, and then the rest split evenly among the lieutenants.
So that's 450 after the troops, and then divide that by 2. So McNeil will get 225, and lieutenants we each get 112.50.
And what of your corporal?
450.
A single silver piece.
15. Because 450 divided by the. Oh, there weren't 30. 2 people died.
Right, and then the NCOs would receive a little bit more than.
Privates.
No, I'll take 15. Okay.
It's actually 16.
Oh.
Because 2 people died.
We'll make sure the Almanian gets a fair cut, but the families of those dead soldiers, you get nothing.
Oh, I guess no. I take it back. You were right, Mr. Bianchi. If you'll please return that gold. That's
Yeah, that's fine. That's still
Silver?
more than I started off with.
What silver?
Oh, yes, I believe you may have misplaced it.
Darn rats just eating a hole in my money pouch.
So that's all seen too. Anything else for Borgia and the garrison?
No, although this evening I think Borgia's going to head out to perhaps some of the less salubrious part of towns to begin his investigation of what I might be able to learn from my fellow rogues.
Ooh. Where, pray tell, would you begin such a thing? Would you? Because there are the two more close together neighborhoods. There's the dock areas. There's people in the market.
Yeah, I'm assuming the Gilded Griffin is kind of more the upscale or family-oriented pub, so that there's probably, dockside pubs and whatnot down here. Or am I wrong?
There'd be almost everyone drinks at the inn, but there are sometimes fishermen who gather up on the shore or on the dock to kind of have their own little private drinking parties, away from the more bourgeois.
Let's get down into some of that and do some investigating. I think I've got at least one thing that helps me with the common man.
Thus, we find ourselves at the end of this skirmish and the looming beginning of this war. And whether or not these four can shift the dial of history will depend on what they find out next time. For all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we will see you all next time, which will be on Saturday. But be sure to check in once again. Have a good one.